Hello, everybody. My name is Nick. You may know me from our other campaigns as the DM, where I DM our Shattered Kingdoms campaign and the Spellgate campaign. Today, we're doing something a little bit different, in that we are doing the Lavse campaign, which is another campaign that I've made. And we actually have quite a few new players with us today. I'm gonna have all the players introduce themselves. We're gonna start with the familiar faces, and then move on to the newer faces in the group here. So Nick Jr., why don't you introduce yourself and your character?
Hello again. I am I am Nick. Usually nicknamed Nick Junior in our group, and I will be playing Corin, a druid cleric birdfolk. Yes, just birdfolk.
Yep, you're playing a bird folk, just a bird folk.
Yes.
All right, and Lance, our other friendly, familiar face. Why don't you introduce
Hey,
yourself?
hey, everybody! This is Lance, and for this campaign, I'm going to play a character named Jundak, a half-orc fighter.
Yep, and look forward to meeting Yundak. You might be one of the first characters I introduce in when we get started here. Um, John, why don't you introduce yourself and your character?
Hello, I'm John, timer in this campaign. I'll be playing Raythalor, who is a Gone rogue. Be
Yep,
nice.
and who is sometimes referred to as Bunny Boy, or just Rabbit, or a whole bunch of other nicknames.
Rude.
Yes, very. Let's see here. I'm going to butcher names here. Quill. Why don't you introduce
Greetings.
yourself?
Sure. Greetings. Um, I'm Quill, and I am playing Catherine Rain, a human hexblade warlock.
Alright, thank you, Quill. And, I believe that's Crimson that's next. You mind, pronouncing your name for me there?
It is Lord Crimsonshire, the dashing rogue. I am the dashing rogue, and by rogue I mean bard. And by dashing I mean my skin looks like it's a large pile of ash, but trust me, I'm a drow, don't ask questions.
Oh, I love that. Alright, so that was Crimson. So then, um, Ryan, why don't you introduce yourself and your character?
Greetings, I am Ryan Briley, and I'm Roofox, the Tabaxi Ranger.
Alright, it's nice to meet you, Ruthox. Er, Ru-
Roofox. Damn it, I
Rutho-
practice.
I'm gonna
The
butcher.
X is silent.
Yeah, okay.
Rufo.
Rutho. Okay. I'm sorry,
Mhm.
Rutho.
That's alright,
I'm gonna butcher everyone's name for like probably the first 3 or 5 sessions. I can guarantee you.
Don't worry, I'll probably indefinitely butcher their names.
Well, at least Lord Crimsonshire is a fairly easy name. All right, so now that we've gotten everyone introduced, um, I think it. I was going to give a little bit about the world here, but I think it might be best to just jump in. and get started. Nick, we're moving to the train station map. We're going to introduce everyone's characters one by one here. To the
All right.
viewers at home, really the only information you really need to know about this right now is that in this world, elves and drow are buddy, the two ruling races of the main kingdom known as Lavse, and the current king, like 500 years ago, said humans are going to live as slaves as punishment for murdering my father. And so that's basically the super important stuff. And you'll learn more as we go on. I might do a video covering the lore of the world at a later point. But let us get started. I'll probably introduce your characters in the order that we introduced you. So I'm going to start with Corin. So Corin, you and your brother Soren have had a relatively uneventful trip to the capital.
Uneventful.
Yeah, uneventful. Besides a few mishaps and other things. But for the most part, you both have arrived here unharmed, unscathed, and you're both here on the behalf of your druid circle to give a petition to the king at the wedding. And as you kind of arrive to the capital, this is the first time either of you have been here, so you're kind of directed to the same transport a whole bunch of other people are being directed to once you show some guards your invitation, and you're kind of brought to this train station with a train ready to pull out of the station to the capital in just a few moments here. As well, there is a dock right next to the train station on the left-hand side here. And as you're as you approach this, your brother is like, Soren? Is that like a horseless carriage that they want us to ride in?
In a way, yeah.
Like,
It's
Is it-
more. It's more technology. It's something called a train.
oh,
It uses. Yeah, it uses. Yeah, it uses. Yeah, the power of flame elementals to. Yeah, to. Power an engine that moves the whole. Yeah, that moves the whole thing. It's. Well, yeah, it's. With the exception of the flame elemental, it's more more technology and science than magic of our carriage.
ah. And then as you guys are doing that, Soren just kind of looks up and down at the train excitedly, trying to like figure out like how it works and just taking in everything. I know there isn't any NPCs on the map here with you, but it is a fairly crowded train station. But a whole bunch of people kind of clear the road, and you kind of get pushed off to the side here as a carriage approaches, and kind of what the image that you see here is kind of reminiscent of a clown car, where this comically small carriage pulls up to this train station, and out of it comes this tiefling man who's wearing a crown followed by a elf, very old elf wizard, and kind of this very properly dressed half orc by the name of Yundak, and about
Unduck.
3 dozen bodyguards following them out of this carriage. And
Do I recognize? Yeah. Do I recognize their kind of description of them based off of things that I've heard from my mother's work? Yeah, being with her being a diplomat.
Since your mother is a diplomat, you would know a bit about these people. Mostly about who is. Oh, hold on 1 second. I need to see. To answer your question, Crimson, let me see here. Yeah, you guys are both gonna go at the same time when we get to you, since you're coming together. So, if you want to go first, sure. But, alright. That's not important. What's important is, as Corin, your information of these people, since your mother is a diplomat, you'd be more familiar with Eustace Halfhorn, the tiefling man who's among the group. He is the son of a former diplomat from Varland, who was elected. Keyword there is elected as their king several years ago. So he is the king of Varland, the kingdom that is commonly associated with taking in runaway slaves, and is generally the more democratic and free kingdom in the world. The two main people with him, the elf wizard is Amra Arabella, who is a former court wizard of Lavse, who was exiled long before your mother started her career as a diplomat, but it's kind of a bit of a gossip around her line of work, so you would have known a little bit about her. And you may have heard stories of a young half-orc hero from Varland, but that is all you would have heard about the third member there so far. Yundak. You see these crowds part before you, and your adoptive mother kind of looks over to you and is like, well, Yundak, my dear, it looks like we're getting the royal treatment here. Don't you think?
I'll admit, it's quite surprising.
Yeah, I didn't think that we were that respected. I mean, granted, we are traveling with a king, but Lavse has never really been on the best of terms with Varland, with the whole difference of opinion on slavery. But it's nice to be treated like this. Why don't we go find our spot on this train and head into the capital? It looks like we're sitting with those two bird folk over there. Hello.
At this, Yundak looks at Korn and his brother rather intently with oddly intelligent eyes, not seen in half orcs or any orcs.
And
when we get started as well as, oh my gosh, they're looking at us.
yeah. And Soren's like, oh my god. The king's walking towards us. I mean, I know he's the king of Varland, but it's a king. He's gonna talk to us.
Calm down, Sora. I'm sure it's nothing.
Hello, are you two Corin and Soren? The tiefling man kind of walks up to you and asks you just very calmly.
Yes, we are. And you are the king of Ireland.
Yes,
And the
Eustace
son of
Hathorn. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, my dear friend.
My apologies. I was just saying that it was an honor to meet you.
Oh,
I've heard much of your work to bring in to create a safe haven for humans in your kingdom.
yes,
Very admirable work.
I can't take all the credit for that. It is the people of Varland who deserve the credit there. I am just the one who's been assigned the burden of leading them. I'm sure Amra and Young Dak here are just as important to providing a safe haven for humans, as well as any other person in Varland. But I must admit, it is definitely odd being in Lavse. Do you live here?
Not here. We're from one of the neighboring kingdoms where where most of our kind are from. Though we do tend to travel around quite a bit on both our druidic duties, or with our mother's duties as a diplomat. I believe you've met her before.
Yes, I do believe I have met your mother. She has been to Varland a few times since after the debacle with my father. We no longer have a official embassy or diplomat presence in Lavsa proper. So they tend to do all their negotiations with us at home instead of in their own kingdom. But you said that you were from one of the neighboring kingdoms where most of your kind are from. I believe that is Kazanokuni, if I am not mistaken.
You're correct. Yeah, you're correct. Your Majesty.
Well, I must admit I've never been there myself, and as he says that, the sound of a runaway carriage kind of drowns him out, and you guys see a carriage kind of crash into kind of a lantern post, just a short distance. Oh, sorry. Did you want to?
No, keep it continuing.
Alright. So you see this carriage crash into a light post by the train station, and emerging from this carriage is a halfling and a Herobrine.
It seeing actually the carriage, Undak goes into a little bit of a stance, holding his twin scimitar, scimitars in case of anything happens.
Yeah, one of my hands. When I do hear crashing and such, but one of my hands does go over to kind of shield against my brother.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Mr. Silverclip. I didn't mean to park so poorly. I do believe we are here, though. Why don't we introduce ourselves to these fine folks that we'll be sharing a train car with? And why don't you go first, Mr. Silverclip? And the
Oh,
halfling looks at you, Refalor.
I see. I see. I mean, as soon as his door will be open for me, I would love to go meet the people. Whispering to him, mother, you son of a bitch, if you get me killed here today,
I well, yeah. Ah, well, everyone, this is Mr. Silverclip, our most esteemed noble,
yes, yes, yes.
and I am his servant,
Excuse me.
Lyman
Sorry,
Pennyworth.
sorry. I'm absolutely sorry. He hasn't said yet. He hasn't actually gotten to that point yet. This is my assistant, Mr. Littlefellow. Right,
Little
Mr.
fella.
Littlefellow?
Yes. I'm sorry. I must have hit my head a bit in that crash there.
Rayful pats him on his head. just saying there, like, you better not mess this up.
He little fellow kind of gives you like a glare and is very clearly like biting, like trying to like bite his tongue to like not talk back to you. But yes, this is Lord Silverclip. Might you all introduce yourselves? Bird Boy. Both of you bird boys, why don't you introduce ourselves? And he just kind of like gestures at you guys and is trying to be friendly, trying to get people to talk here, try to take the attention off of him.
Greetings. My name is Corin, and this is my brother Soren.
Ah, they rhyme. That's quite quaint, isn't it, little fellow?
Yes, it is nice to meet your acquaintance, and I am.
I put my hand out there, like, limp, as like for, like, a nice little cordial handshake.
Alright. If no
shall-
one else is going to take his hand, the King of Ireland is going to be like, Eustace Halfhorn, King of Ireland. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Silverclip.
The honor. He looks there with a big grin on his face. The honor. Truly mine, sir.
And it's basically the same for Amra and Soren. They go up and introduce themselves. And Yundak, do you introduce yourself to Mr. Silverclip here?
Indeed. I am Knight Undick, bodyguard to His Highness, hey, Lord Silver.
Rickler looks at him with almost like his head turned sideways as he tries to understand what creature is this that's in front of him. But in the meanwhile, he puts like his fakest of smiles and goes, nice meeting you. Nice meeting you. Obviously, you've done a very good job.
If I may, I don't think I actually caught your full name. What did
Sir,
I think I heard you?
I'm completely sorry. 1,000 pardons. My name is Mr. Rayfior Silverclip.
I thought so. And he glances out at you.
And I'm
Hey.
Little Fellow. Don't forget about me.
Of course,
yes.
my apologies. Of course, my apologies, Mr. Little Fellow.
And little fellow is going to walk up to shake your hand, Yundak, and when he does, he reeks of alcohol.
Oh boy.
And
Uh,
Untak just doesn't um doesn't react to this, but in his eyes, it's just a little bit of an annoying. It's just annoying, like saying, "Great, great, have to deal with an alcoholic."
So finally, like very subtly, you'll see like the paw of Rachel just push him back. So he notices that this is not really a great look.
That's great. And as you guys are doing introductions there, uh, you guys see a ship pull up into the harbor. Crimson, do you want to do this introduction, or should I? Since it was
I'll
your.
do the introduction.
I think we'll do it. 'Cause I think the two of us are coming together, aren't we?
Yep, you both are coming together. So explain this the scene that you guys are causing.
Crimson has his arms over the ledge of the crow's nest, looking out onto the horizon, and looking over at Catherine. You excited for the wedding?
Oh, quite. It was quite a journey to get here. I told you that Kara would get here eventually. Just took me guys.
Yeah, we do seem to be running a bit out of ship. He looks down below the crow's nest to see the water rising just a few feet away from the top of the crow's nest, right as they approach the dock. And
It seems our ship is abandoning us. Should we abandon ship? She looks down as well.
he gets up on the railing and does a dramatic leap onto the dock.
She gets onto the railing of the crow's nest, and she patiently waits, and people can probably see at least enough over the pole to see that this elf-looking woman, from first glance, is well dressed, like carrying a parasol over her shoulder. And as the crow's nest finally reaches near the dock, she finally steps off and follows behind.
They graciously walk towards the train as the boat, much less graciously, crashes horrendously into the underside of the dock, sinking a significant portion of it. I'm gonna mark out here.
Yeah.
I think the people of that own that boat are gonna have to pay for that. Unfortunate. How much do you think that costs?
I don't know. What's money?
And, I was never good at numbers.
Honestly, seeing this actually raises an eyebrow on Yoon that quite a bit, and looks at the others at their reaction.
We're on the right side. How are we supposed to get in this? And she's looking around to see if there's any other entrance.
I don't know. We could just stand on top of it.
There'll be a
These things can't sink either, can they? These things don't sink, correct?
I mean, anything sinks if you try hard enough.
Uh,
Crash into enough docks and anything will sink.
I mean, it took a few tries for our ship.
Alright.
Yeah, we went into like at least 6 docks on the way here.
Alright, so seeing you guys are on the wrong side of the thing, one of the soldiers kind of guarding the train station helps guide you guys through between the train cars to meet with the rest of the group that you're going to be traveling with to the
You
party
must be
here.
the king. He holds his hand out to the half orc.
And she follows behind to the side and is just like giving a slight bow.
A slight what?
A slight bow.
Yeah.
Yundek, how do you
Yoon is just
Because
staring
Amra
at
is
them
just
with
giggling at this, and then your adoptive mother is giggling like a schoolgirl at this, and then Eustace, King Halfhorn just looks like he's amused by it.
Undeck just kind of looks at it with a raised eyebrow and just shakes shakes Crimson's hand. I'm afraid you got the wrong person. I'm I'm
Just a
I'm
little jest. He looks
I'm
over. Is like,
I'm the Knight Undak. The king of King Halfhorn is right over there, and he points to him.
King.
Yes. I knew this from the beginning. I completely did. I was just having a jest.
Sure.
King
forgive us. We couldn't help
Eustace
ourselves.
Halfhorn at your service. And then the king gives a bow to you two as well, since Catherine gave him a bow.
Rickroy looks at Little Fellow and goes, well, at least you know you're not the most drunk out of the group.
Could you repeat that for me, please?
I said, Rickroy looks at Little Fellow and goes, at least you know you're not the most drunk out of this group.
Well, they're doing something incomprehensible.
Alright. I think Raffler was chewing out Little Fellow for being the only one drunk here. But as you guys are all here, as you guys kind of converse and the train is starting to get ready to depart, there you see one more thing approaching you. And I say thing because it is a drake. Just calmly walking out of the bushes. Ryan, I will let you take it from here.
As you hear a strong gust of wind and roll rumbling through the area, as you see this small little drake coming out of the bushes, looking at all of you with a tense stare. Then you hear a booming voice echoing directly from the drake, demanding, "Surrender all of your sinful belongings. I am the daughter of Bahamut. You claim all of your gold to me."
What's gold?
Catherine just leads into Crimson's ear and just like whispers to him, explaining.
Soren at
use it-
this
they
is
use it
just
for,
gonna like
monetary
start like
purposes.
reaching for his coin purse to start taking out what little gold he has.
And Undak raises his
I
hand and
put
looks
my hand
around to
on
see
it,
where the
on
voice is really coming from.
So
Roll
young
perception.
Jack, you're trying to figure out where the voice is coming from.
Yep.
Yeah, whereas I keep trying to keep my brother going, no.
Roll perception.
So,
It's Tiamat.
Roll perception.
yeah, roll perception. Sorry.
What do you need to do?
He's trying to figure out if he can determine where the voice is coming from.
Nat 20.
Wow.
Oh,
So Ryan,
Yes?
since he rolled a nat 20 for this,
I'm just imagining
as
his
you're-
head is just quite clearly poking out of a bush.
well, it wasn't at first, but
Oh, goddamn it, I think I know what it's showing.
yeah, it is like you get kind of attacked by some birds in the bush that sends you out of hiding from the bushes, and your voice is being echoed from the drake with your spell there. So it's very clearly you. that's
Yeah, and
responsible for
Zorian-
this.
Yeah, Zorian sees this and she starts to leap on him to fight off to chase off a bird. Zorian, down, girl, down! Stupid bitch! Oh! What the
Oh,
guy?
oh,
uh,
what? Oh, well done, yeah, Philly. And I'll hold out, hold out my arm for my
Calling
familiar
this
to
bird
land
out!
on.
Oh!
All right.
Do I need to
Come
describe
on,
what
Philly.
he looks like?
Yundak walks towards this.
you should
kind of
yeah.
right.
you should have
Walk
control of
towards
your character, young deck, so you can move up
Yeah.
to them if you want.
Ah,
Okay.
oh, hello.
And Yundak just stares at him, eyebrows raised, but with still curious but stern gaze upon him.
Sylvia, his strength is glaring back because he's a bit protective about Rufus. Zarya, no biting. Last time you bit someone, you caused it to be sick for a week.
God. Oh yeah, that's right, because it's a green poison drink.
Yeah, okay. Description. He is a tabaxi, but unlike other tabaxis, being an ocelot, his fur color is more like a Maine Coon pelt color. And hence he has a big, fluffy tail. He looks around and realizes he doesn't know about royalty much, but he realizes he's goofed up. Oh, I thought you were just commoners. My bad. He starts to put his hands up and Zoria, that's Zolrai. Zoria just still gives a little hissing sound at Jundak.
Yundek, you've got a small drake hissing at you as you've walked up to its master, its friend, owner. So how do you react to this?
So, what was exactly your plan here?
Just a harmless prank. If I knew there were, it worked a few times, but just try and make mine. That's all. I'm here for the wedding as well. If you just let me grab me letter and my invoice, I could show it to you. Still having his hands up. Smiling with his
as
showing off his teeth.
Yundak is staring down Ruoth, however you say your name, I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep butchering
Yes, the
it.
X is silent.
Ruoth. She is gonna approach Yundak. She's gonna be like, now, Yundak, that's not any way to treat a friend. Let's not like give them a death stare. We are going to have to share a train car for them for a few hours, so best not to antagonize our new friends.
Wait, this
And at that,
is sharing a cart with sharing the cart with us.
Yes,
Yundak,
we are. I do believe that is the case. If you show me your invitations, I should be able to confirm for you that we are all sharing a single train car. I have not
Alright.
used magic to determine this way ahead of time. I swear.
And
And she very very clearly crosses her fingers as she says that.
no need to be coy about it. I completely understand King security and everything.
Yes. that, and there's some other reasons, but it's mostly to keep good old Halfhorn secure. And in my old age, you don't want to have to deal with unforeseen complications going into things.
Yeah.
I'm just too old to deal with that. Yundak is enough of a handful as it is. And she goes up and just like pinches Yundak's cheek affectionately.
At we're doing that. Gundek just has an annoying but accepting look that he's honestly used to this. It's actually quite a sombering sight seeing a half-orc, even though he's not as muscular as the average one. It's kind of like it's an odd sight, really. But
I mean, yeah, and she's probably like a good like foot shorter than you, so she kind of has to reach up a bit to do that. So
at this, Gundek's size.
all right,
All
well,
right.
let's
Alright.
let's go. Come on, let's all go into the train with our friends. It looks like I believe it was. Well, they didn't give us their names yet, so I won't reveal that. I don't think. No, yeah, they introduced themselves to us, Lord Crimson Shire and Catherine. Did they?
I don't think we did. I think we just kind of showed up and then got on the train.
I think you introduced yourself as Lord Crimson Shire. I don't think Catherine introduced.
Yeah, Catherine has not introduced
Yeah,
herself. She's
what?
just been
Yeah.
staying by his side. She's just sneaking aboard with them.
All right.
Actually,
well,
no. I just walked up to the random orc and said, "Oh, you must be the king." And then I hadn't said anything since. The only time I said my name was like when I was on the boat.
We just stealth our way on to see if anyone actually noticed that we were just going aboard.
I'm
Yeah, we don't even show
Arabella
tickets or anything. We
notices.
just get on board. If you have enough gall, you can get away with anything.
Well, Yundak, Halfhorn, Raffalor, Corin, Soren, Littlefellow, Ruthor, and Drake. I think it's time we all get on the train and head to the party. It looks like the train's about to depart.
Indeed. Indeed. Come on, sneak thief. Let's get to the train.
All right.
Going in sneak thief.
So then we are. Oh, sorry. What was that, Ruthor?
Yeah, did he call me a sneak thief?
Yes, I have.
Boy, it was just a prank. That sometimes it pays off, alright?
It's just a prank, bro. I wasn't really trying to rob you. Only if it worked would I have robbed you.
Alright, so as you guys are having that conversation, we're going to move over to the map that I have labeled Train Car. And you guys can, I believe you should have access to controlling your characters. I know that
I
Drake
don't have...
is not. Let me fix that for you, Ryan. And you guys can, let's see here. Yep. You guys can sit where you like on the train here.
Good person with the Drake move to the seat. Because I already said I was sitting next to.
I mean, there's plenty of seats left in my seat.
I
mean, there's room for 2 people on a seat. It's kind of like a bench.
Okay.
Zoya is just, resting on... You know how you see cats just laying on the couch behind a person's head? That's what she's doing. She just, curls around Rufo's head, neck like a cat scarf.
Oh,
In this case, a Drake scarf, and she's still having her staring at the half orc.
The Drake is?
Yeah. Yeah, the Drake's staring at you.
Your dad ignores
gonna
ignores
say is it-
ignores the Drake.
Oh, okay. So I see why Raffalor wanted to switch seats there. Oh, I didn't realize that at first. Okay. uh, okay. Oh no, you just want him to like go across the car or just be away from you, or is it for the reason I think it is?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Sir.
Uh, all right. Well,
It's more
he's gonna.
it's more because he's drunk and he smells bad and he should deal with the force.
All right. So little fellow's just gonna move all the way over there since Raffalor doesn't seem to want to deal with him. But as you guys kind of figure out your sitting arrangement here, the train starts to depart, and kind of this disembodied voice kind of says, in its kind of similar loud, booming voice like Ruthor was doing earlier, says, "Welcome aboard, passengers, to the Elfhaven Express with
That's not me.
with express transport to the Royal Palace. Thank you for riding with Elfhaven Express, and we do hope you enjoy your time in the capital. Especially, we hope that you enjoy the recent celebration of the wedding of our Prince Erlin to his drow bride. As we proceed through the capital to keep you entertained on our 3-hour train ride, we will be giving you a brief history of the city and occasionally point out points of interest." And it just kind of drones on and on as you guys head towards the city, just inconsequential stuff like pointing out a few like farms kind of leading up to the capital. As you guys get closer, the capital is this large, large, expansive city with kind of the fantasy equivalent of skyscrapers reaching far into the sky in the distance. And you can kind of see out the windows on the left-hand side here of the train car. As you kind of get closer, you see what looks like birds kind of circle around the city. It's only as you get closer that you realize that these are not birds, but rather they are dragons circling overhead. And you see perhaps a dozen dragons circling over the city of Lavse with their dragon riders. And as you all get closer, you can kind of see hordes of people kind of streaming into the city, and kind of the general bit of celebration going here as everyone is celebrating the marriage of Prince Erlin with his new drow wife. Prince Erlin, of course, is the crown prince of Lavse, and the disembodied voice kind of continues explaining that information to you all. And it's like, "Attention, passengers. We are now entering the city of Lavse." Or not this. And then you hear like a slap, like the sound of a slap. "I'm sorry. I meant to say, welcome to the city of Elfhaven. If you look above, you can see the underside of our floating city, Skyhaven. And if you do actually look up, you can see this massive floating island above the city of Elfhaven. It is not as big as the capital, but it is big enough that there is an entire city of several thousand people on top of it. And the voice continues. Alright, and as that disembodied voice continues, it just says, the floating island of Skyhaven only has a population of 100,000 people. It is in the top 10 most populated cities in the kingdom of Lavse. However, it pales in comparison to the massive population of our capital, Elfhaven, which, it does fluctuate wildly throughout the year as people travel to the capital to do business throughout the year. It does tend to have a rather permanent population of 100 million people. This is by far the largest city anywhere in the continent and the known world. We do hope that you enjoy your stay here, and please, no pushing. We do understand that the area is a bit more crowded than usual, as half the kingdom has turned up to view the wedding and the party. Well, Almra Arabella speaks up. Does anyone believe the rumor that's going around that half the kingdom's showing up to this?
Rufo perks up. Wait, half of the kingdom?
Yeah, there was a.
I
There's
thought this
a.
was going to be an all-elven wedding.
Well, I mean, even if it is all elven, you do have to remember, unfortunately, a lot of elves do tend to own several slaves. So there'd be a lot of humans. And as far as I know, a good deal of the people on our train car are not elven. So I think it'd be safe to assume it's not an all-elven event. So,
Right.
Indeed.
I already came wrong
it
because
is
I was
a-
asked to.
yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I mean,
It is.
I don't know if I personally believe it. I don't think, even a city as large as this, I don't think they could fit that many people.
They might be just saying representatives for the, like I am. Pretty much my teacher asked me to attend to this wedding and deliver his gift for him.
Ah, yes, I do imagine that there's a lot of people like that. So
Indeed.
what brings everyone here to the wedding?
Well, as I said when we met, we are representing the druidic circles. We are hoping to be able to, to at the wedding be able to, at the very least, get our talons in the door about some of the recent developmental plans that would which would destroy key forest areas and put several endangered species at risk and loss of habitation.
Yes. It does sound like a very noble goal. Oh, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Yes, it does seem rather important. I don't know if they will proceed with those development plans, but I do hope that you succeed in your negotiations. How about the two silent people over in the top left over there? Uh,
Oh,
the
are you speaking
two
about us?
drow.
She puts the parasol back on her um lap. She was holding it out weirdly, as if she was trying to, almost as if she was showing the parasol out people outside the window. But she puts it back in her lap. Are you asking about us?
I
Yes.
came.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, I was just asking what brings you to the capital.
An
Me
invitation.
and yes, Lord Crimson here has been invited to personally attend the wedding to see such history, and I'm here as his assistant.
Yeah, she's my plus
Wait,
one.
Yes.
you're Lord Crimson.
Yeah, I'm Lord
You
Crimsonshire.
you look nothing like the descriptions that have been that
That'd be
that have
that'd
And then
be
she's
mentioned.
like like as if she's looking at you almost with like a glare. There's been recent incidents. We don't really quite want to talk about it. It's a bit. I believe it's a bit rude for you to be asking about these kind of questions.
a wizard that didn't like me very much. Spiked one of my bath bombs with a potion.
So you don't have to tell them about it. And she's just like whispering as if like sir, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I know.
my apologies. Perhaps later I can try to help with that.
Yeah,
We
that's
tried
fine.
everything we can.
So he looks like that because of a bath bomb?
A potion bath bomb.
A potion bath bomb.
Yes.
Did it make such a thing?
Apparently they can.
I mean,
I swear, gnomes.
yeah, it does sound like something that would be of gnomish make. I have definitely seen much weirder things come from the gnomes. I hear that they're gonna have a stand in the palace displaying all the different gnomish inventions that they're trying to pawn off on the nobles here. They're the only ones who can really afford some of the more expensive gnomish inventions.
Indeed.
Do not try their bath bombs.
Rafe was
Noted.
confused over at the corner as he looks at the female and goes, "So, Mr. Crimson, you said that she is your plus one?"
So what were you saying?
Someone was asking you, someone was asking Crimson if Catherine was their plus one.
Yeah, I already said that.
Okay.
Yeah, she's my plus one.
And the two of you are together?
Oh, she's my assistant.
Mhm.
I haven't decided on a wife yet.
Assistant, you said.
Ah. Well,
Yes, assistant, not
yes,
slave. Very
you said
particular about that.
your name was Lord Crimsonshire, right?
Yes.
Aren't you expecting a marriage proposal at this wedding? Like,
Yeah.
it was some of the gossip that I had heard. I mean, being in Varland, I'm not up to date on all the gossip, so I hope that hasn't fallen through.
It looks over at you, or what the equivalency of what looking over at you can be, with fiery eyes. Not fiery as in raging, like literally on fire. And looks over at you, is like, probably. It really depends if they show up or not.
Well, I mean, I heard that she was very excited. From what I had heard, but you know, I'm out of touch. Perhaps maybe she won't even show up.
Who's the one saying this, by the way?
Amra. Sorry, my
Amra?
voice is Amra Arabella. She is the one down here.
Okay.
She is Yundak's adoptive mother.
I don't see any reason why I can't have an assistant with me during a proposal.
Yes, I mean, that is fair. I mean,
Someone needs to carry my shit.
yes. And Halfhorn
Like
is
others,
going
no,
to
we'll
do it.
just.
How long have you two known each other? Did you just hire her for this event, or has she
I
been
have
your?
known
Oh,
her my entire life.
I've known Lord Crimson his almost his entire life now. I'd say.
Yeah.
I've been ever since he was young. I've known him, and it's only now recently that I've become more acquainted as a assistant to help him in his daily affairs, especially with the recent troubles he's been going through. But we would like to.
Well,
I don't really want to talk about our relationship, especially because of how sensitive the whole situation is. We'd like to not talk about what occurred.
Oh, with the bath bomb thing.
Yeah, so the bath bomb thing is just. Sorry, will you stop flicking your tail?
As this whole exchange is going on, the disembodied voice is just still listing off just random stuff about the city, pointing out random inns and other points of interest. It doesn't really get too much your attention until you hear a loud again crack against the window as you hear some people throwing rocks at the train.
Oh, what the hell?
Now this is what I
Well, that
expected.
doesn't bode well.
Rufo looks out the window to see what's throwing the rocks.
Um, so what you guys can see out the window is several human slaves throwing rocks at this train as it passes by. It is going
Ugh.
fairly slow, so you do have a bit of time to view them doing this. And
Yeah,
kind of as you pass them, kind of down this alleyway that you guys the train passes, you can see the bodies of several Lavsen soldiers, one of which has his head on a pike, just in this alleyway here, and then written on a wall in blood is the words Eldorm is coming. And for the viewers, Eldorm is this big bad guy. He's the human who killed the previous king that led to humans being enslaved. Came back a few times through necromancy, was what the rumors say, and he's kind of been an enemy of Lavse for about 500 years.
After this,
That very much does not bode well.
yeah,
after
it's a bit
seeing
worse.
after seeing this, Untag looks at the reaction of the others any to see any subtle reactions about
It's not
this.
exactly
nonplussed
subtle,
to
but
this.
But
Oh, as long
well,
as
it's not
these
exactly
humans.
Catherine is-
subtle, but Corin has a look of oh shoot, things are about to the poop is about to hit the fan.
Catherine would
Oh, they're all
be looking at the
chained
scene,
up.
like wide-eyed and like surprised, but not like as if she's shocked or horrified. She just looks more like she's intrigued, interested, like leaning her head over as well. Like,
And
look out the window.
as you guys pass that, you do see lines of soldiers marching in the direction where the rocks came from. There is a line of soldiers holding spears, kind of almost in like a phalanx formation, while some more behind them have crossbows drawn and ready, and you get the feeling that things are probably not going to end well if those humans do not disperse. Well,
Seeing that,
this
Rico just turns around very distinctly, just looking like, and like, oh, like you see his paw just clench in like a certain amount of anger at the squad that was the people.
I'm sorry, I can't hear
yeah,
a
I
word that he
didn't.
said.
Yeah, I
It's
didn't hear.
type it out
Yeah,
for our sake.
Yeah, I couldn't understand what was being said.
yeah, I didn't. I couldn't hear it either.
Yeah,
Is it better now?
somewhat, but can you type out what you're going to say
Yeah,
for
can you?
our sake and the audience sake?
Yeah, just you say it and then type it out as well. Just so we know exactly what you're saying.
I swear, your microphone was working fine a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I think wasn't it a few days ago when you all were um talking to each other in the voice chat, getting to know each other.
Maybe
well,
try resetting your device.
well, all I know is, Crimson, you should really not taunt her. You're going to regret it.
I'm not taunting her.
Yeah.
He's trying to. Let's see.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I think he's trying to like get her attention with the chicken.
yeah, I know, but you're trying to make her attack him, and pretty much that's not a good idea. She's protective of him.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get her to attack him. I'm trying to lead her over him, like so if she's about to pounce, she'll pounce over him.
Oh, so that's what Gradfall said.
Okay.
He was
Do the
talking in
windows
character.
Open?
Seeing this on, seeing Unix says, I don't think you said of why you came here looking at Ruth. I said that correctly, right?
Rutho.
Yes,
Rutho?
Rufo.
Rufo?
Yeah. Yes, it's Rufo. X is silent.
Rutho. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he was asking you what you were what your business here was. Unit.
That's easy. He's distracted, talking to you guys, so he doesn't know what Zonara is going to do. But, well, I'm only here to deliver my master's wishes and deliver a crafted bow from the woods where I live. And pretty much, I got the invitation letter and an invoice to allow me in. So that. I mean, plus my master's thought it would be good for me to see the capital and get some experience about this. And Rufo just realized what just happened. Sorry, no!
When this thing leaps at Crimson, since it's leaping at us, she's just going to bring out her parasol, which has a pointed tip, by the way, and interpose it between us and this thing. Can you tell your thing to stop with what it's doing?
She's just protective of me. Can I roll a grab check or something to grab her by the tail in mid-flight?
Yeah. I think that'd probably be a dexterity to try and catch her.
Okay. I have to roll twice for her dexterity check as well.
Yep.
Okay, I'll roll mine first.
I guess you can roll. Oh yeah, you roll both.
Yeah, right. Just look up her stats. No, that's not
Okay.
it. Where?
Let's see here. I know I had her stats up earlier.
Yeah, here it is.
You can hear me now, right?
I hear you.
Yeah. I can hear you.
Oh, goddamn. You guys
But
saw
wall.
that?
I see it.
Okay, so you rolled a 7 and she
No,
rolled
I
an
rolled.
18.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you are not stopping her from trying to
Sorry,
get
she
Crimson.
says protective.
Oh wait, is she leaping right now?
Yes, he. Yes, he leap and I was trying to grab her by.
And I'm just gonna. And while they're floating away, I'm just gonna.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And she's just like floating there.
Yeah, she also gets is like holding. Weirdly enough, the parasol as if it were a shield. She has it open. It has it now open, interposing it between her and this thing.
Famous
And Lord
Zarya
Crimson.
is trying to go after for Crimson right now.
More time.
She's going after Crimson. Oh, and as soon as she hits the floor.
How long is? You can't stop her in that time. She's floating for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just
In
going
fact,
to.
she's probably floating forwards, given the fact that she had momentum.
I'm gonna
So
say
she
you can
just
like
stripped
catch
towards
her.
the window and
Yeah,
booms
you
into
can
the
catch
glass.
her like without rolling for it, since you cast Featherfall to stop her.
Yeah,
Boops your little
Rufo gets
snoot
up.
into the glass, like.
Oh, what's this? But yeah, Rufo just gets up and grabs the floating drake. It's like, I swear, I should learn this spell if I can. You just see, Zarya just hissing and growling, flying in the mid-air like an angry cat. So like, rah!
And Udak actually looks at Crimson and impressive quick thinking.
I'm sorry, she's just really protective. I have no clue why she would attack you, but she's just protective.
You should learn to control your beast.
See? Okay, Zarya just looks over whoever said beast. It gives you the stink eye.
That would be Catherine, I believe, was the one
Yeah,
who said
the one that's standing between the.
I mean, it
the
does
drake
certainly
and
have 4 legs and look very bestial.
I think the
Rufus,
proper term you're looking for is companion.
Yeah, Rufus speaks in Draconic, saying like, unless someone here can understand Draconic, well, he's saying something to her in Draconic, and she replies back in Draconic as well.
Does anyone speak Draconic? Speak up now or forever hold your peace.
No,
I do not.
No.
My piece is held.
Alright.
Wow. So I'm the only one who can speak Draconic?
Looks like
Yep.
it.
Yeah.
I can speak
Wow.
Abyssal.
Well, then that's wrong,
God.
because she said something very foul about Crimson.
Jeez.
Yeah, I've got common, birdfolk, elvish, sylvan, celestial, and primordial.
I have common, undercommon, and abyssal.
I have common, elvish, and infernal.
I have common, elvish, and thieves' cant.
Alright. So, as this kind of exchange is going on and the Drake is trying to attack Crimson, still hissing at him. The train starts to. Okay, you got your.
Yeah, I got the grumpy Drake.
Okay, so you got the grumpy Drake under control.
For now.
The train starts to slow down, and the disembodied voice once more says to you all, hello, we are now approaching the royal palace. We do hope that you enjoy the party, and please be on your best behavior. If anyone is thinking about any funny business, please remember that the entire city is covered by a anti-magic field that prevents most aggressive spells from being used. we highly recommend that you do not try to test the guards' patience by trying anything in the palace. The royal guards are not particularly forgiving. As for all our guests, once again, we do hope that you enjoy your time at the palace. There are several activities which you can engage in while waiting for the main ceremony. And those activities include, as soon as I get it up here, the activities present at the wedding here are some carnival games hosted by some locals. Some games you may play for coin, some you may play for prizes. Either way, it doesn't hurt, and they are all free. There is also some gladiator games going on in one of our rooms. You can watch some of our slave gladiator fighters fight to the death for your own amusement, and betting will be held shortly before the games start. There is also a game of Capture the Flag going on in the lunch hall. As well, there is a scavenger hunt going throughout the whole palace. Details in the travel agency. We also have several rooms for rent for those who need some time to rest and for some company. As well, there is a archery range where you may practice your archery and participate in our archery tournament. An exhibition of gnomish inventions where several people will bid on the latest in technology available to us. There's some shop stalls, and like any good party, there is loads of alcohol and food. We do once again hope you enjoyed your time on the Elfhaven Express. Please enjoy the party. And then the voice stops. And the train stops. Yep.
An archery competition. I should find out. What's that about?
Oh,
As long as your companion doesn't burn the place down, it should be.
Well, I do believe that the archery competition is just for some nobles to practice their archery, and I heard something about a 50 gold piece prize to whoever won the archery competition.
50 gold only? That's kind of bit life for nobles to win.
Yeah, it's more of a gentleman's kind of thing. I do think that there is more of a unofficial game with some of the nobles where the prize is 5,000 gold pieces.
5,000 coin?
Yes.
You see a big Cheshire Cat grin on his face, but Zorian just nips it at his cheek. Ouch!
They're actually more focused on this. He turns to Crimson. It's like, "How are we going?" It's like she seems to be wanting to get off this.
Seems like a good plan. By heavy anti-magic, does that mean all magic?
No, there is some exceptions. It's mostly like magic that can be used to attack people. Some exceptions that have been established is illusion magic, like
good.
just like to disguise yourself and stuff like that. Just because nobles tend to want to embellish certain features to make themselves look their best, and some other spells like that. If there's anything
Got a minor illusion, that bald patch. Got it.
Yep. Exactly.
Are familiars allowed within the zone?
Familiars are, yes. They do eventually disappear on their own. Like, eventually they will like snap back to wherever. You'd have to like recast the familiar spell.
I thought familiars just stuck around.
It's
fact,
because of
there's
the
even-
anti-magic field. It
Ah.
eventually forces them
Yeah,
back.
so I'll just need to. Yeah, so I just need to kind of recast it.
Yep.
Yeah,
You would have to, yeah, you'd have to recast it to bring him back. It's just eventually the field wears them down to the point where they can't stay in the.
Right, and so there's. Pet.
Hopefully, this doesn't negatively affect the magical Ashman.
So little fellow, that means that little fellow disappeared then, right?
No, the little
just
fellow's
curious.
still there. Little fellow's still there.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
That's. I know you'd love for him to disappear, but he's still here.
Actually, I go up to, if you haven't seen a thing, I go up to the little fellow and I'm like, so, as all this is whispering, it's more like, so, sir, given that we won't catch you just drunk all the time, is there anything important that I need to know about any of these activities? Anything more about our shipment? Anything?
Well, we did drop our entrance should have gotten the attention of our associates, and that should take care of the shipment. As for the activities, if anyone gives you the OK symbol, that means let them win. I cannot stress that enough. Let them win. That means they're
win.
That means that there's someone with the organization betting on them, and they need to win, or you're going to be in deep shit.
What if we just give out the OK symbol randomly at people?
Do we hear this?
No.
No,
I mean,
yeah,
it's up to you guys.
Yeah,
It's
they
more
whispering
you
it?
can't. It's
yeah.
more you can't.
Raffalor is whispering. Little fellow isn't really. He's still a little drunk, so he's not whispering so
Jesus
much.
Christ.
So at the
So
very
do we
least,
hear this?
you hear
'Cause, yeah, me
little
and,
fellow's half of the conversation at least.
Me and Crimson are like walking past because we were going to like we're leaving off, so we would hear this, I think.
Yeah. Oh no.
And she looks to Crimson and keeping out of his view, like she's turning towards him and out of their view. She gives like the OK symbol and like wink.
I do the little OK symbol back and wink.
And then I look over to them, and I just turn around, I see this, and I'm like,
We're keeping it away from view from them, so I don't think you'd be able to see because she's pointed to this way,
so you guys are looking away from us.
and
Yeah.
his would be this way, so you would be blocked by her.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm more, yeah, so that I look at him, I'm like, you.
The king here might see this.
Jesus.
If we had any real ambitions beyond just
The king is just gonna lean over and be like, Amra, who the hell are we in a train car with?
Lord Crimsonshire.
Yes, of course, Lord Crimsonshire. I said that a bit louder than I intended to. Let's go to the wedding, shall we? And while his skin is red, you can tell he's kind of blushing a little bit that he got caught asking that question.
And before everyone actually gets off, Mudek says, hopefully we don't get that. Hopefully we don't catch anything like an infection that like I've been hearing about.
We fixed on that.
The
You
word
don't get sick.
Yeah, half of you aren't gonna know what that means.
I'll say,
Yeah,
I
the
won't.
word infection. You see my feathers tighten and slim. Kind of fearful reaction.
Okay,
Half of
and
you
What's
guys
this
don't know what
about
that
an
means
infection?
yet.
I look at the people that actually do know what I'm talking about and mouth the word later, like mouth the word later. Later.
I nod and pet kind of pet Cree for a moment to try and calm myself before taking a deep breath.
I heard that
Okay,
is there
Cree,
a
I'm going to
disease?
have to put you in the
A
pocket dimension for a while. I'll let you out as soon as we're outside the field, okay?
Okay, I'm back for now. I'm back. Did anybody explain to me what kind of anti magic like are familiars that are bound by magic are going to be okay here?
No.
I
They have a
explained
time
that
limit. They
there's
have
a
a time
limit
limit.
to how
You're-
long they can be there.
Yeah,
but
your Drake should be fine.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
still a familiar, though, aren't they?
No, they're
Because
kind
they
of
can be
their own
resummoned.
thing.
Yeah, and ironically, when I could resummon, I can change its essence type as well.
Okay.
So it's
Well,
basically a,
So as
it's
we're
basically a
stepping off,
familiar.
I'm
as we're
gonna
stepping off the as we're
I'm-
stepping off the train, like, do we feel like any change, like entering like
It's
an empty
not
magic
a
field, or are we like?
spell.
No, they wouldn't feel too much of a change. The field itself actually stretches through the entire city,
Okay.
and it doesn't really produce any noticeable change at first. Like occasionally you might feel like a little ripple of air.
Okay.
But you've been in a train for most of this, kind of enclosed, so it doesn't really hit you until now, where you kind of feel the presence of this field. There's just kind of like a little, like a slight breeze touching you occasionally. It's very unsettling, is the word I'd use to describe it. But as you guys are ready to get off the train here, you get off the train, and you guys are led to the main hall where everyone is assembled. Nick, for you, it's called the wedding room. Is the map that we're moving to, and you guys are led to a table down here in the bottom left, where there is several other tables where a bunch of nobles are sitting, dining on different food at the feast, as human slaves bring out more food, alcohol, and other things for the nobles to enjoy. There's some nobles kind of dancing in a dance hall area, which is the area with the rug in the center here. And then, kind of at the very other end of the area here, there is the royal family with their bodyguards. King Fullbar kind of sits on his throne, very visible, and kind of on his lap is a woman that any observer would think is his wife, if there wasn't sitting next to him on a different chair the queen with her crown to the right. But let's see here.
So DM, so I already handed in my invitation, my gift from my master, and all of that already.
Yep, you've handed all that. There you did see some other gifts that people are giving out. I will go over that in just a little bit as I introduce these few characters here. It's Vari and King Fullbar. Vari is his lover and bodyguard, which you would hear from the gossip amongst the nobles. The queen Nishna is just kind of looking away, trying to ignore the fact that her husband is has a woman a tenth of his age on his lap currently, and Prince Erlin and his wife, or his soon-to-be wife, are just staring at each other's eyes, waiting for the wedding event. And you kind of hear a herald saying that the wedding will commence within within another hour. But since you did ask, Ruthor, you did drop off your gift. You did see several other gifts that people have brought to this event. There's general, like, golden trinkets, some jewelry, like a baby cradle. Someone gifted a troll to the couple, which is probably the most interesting and outlandish of the gifts there.
Oh, someone gave them a baby troll.
No, they gave them a adult troll, like a full-grown troll.
Is this thing in shackles or something at least?
It seems to be under some sort of mind control spell, and it has a huge, the letters C and W carved in its chest, and is kind of glowing a bright white kind of color. Kind of like a brand. Like a trademark kind of thing.
CW, eh?
Yes, CW.
Just like
Should be writing notes.
I just lean over at my Catherine, like, were we supposed to bring gifts?
Well,
Probably. I think Lord Crimson probably had a gift, I think she's whispering this with him as well.
oh, okay.
So she's just in a private conversation with him, just like leaning.
Yeah, so no one else hears it. Okay.
Okay, I've got something. Yeah, I'll just put this up. And he puts a clown costume on the table from his entertainer's pack.
What's that?
Down. He sits back down.
Okay. See, all of the like golden trinkets and stuff, and then just a clown suit. Well, that's probably up there with the troll in terms of the most interesting of gifts.
Good point.
And for Corin, since you were here to petition the king...
Why am I in two different places at once?
Yeah, I noticed that.
Where... Oh, that is interesting. I don't know what... I must have... that must have been an error.
That was just another Aetherborn also attending the party.
Yeah, that was just an Aetherborn attending the party, yeah.
Another
and they're
me another Aetherborn. Clearly a drow.
Yeah.
You're clearly a drow, right?
Yeah, it's just
It's just another drow.
It was another Aetherborn, and then it reached the end of its 4-year life in the middle of the party
at the same time.
So there's like one of the random tables is kind of like freaks out as one of their members just disappears. Is that Aetherborn? Just like
he died of old age in the middle of the party.
Yeah, in the middle of the party.
He just turns to ash. It's kind of like the snap from the end of the Avengers movie.
Thanos.
Yeah, he just looks like he gets Thanos snapped. Yeah, that just kind of happens sometimes. You never know when you're gonna die.
Yes. But as I was saying, Corin, since you and your brother Soren were here to deliver a letter petition to the king, someone took you aside briefly to tell you that the king will be accepting petitions tomorrow after the ceremony, and that you'd want to check back with the palace then. Let's see here. Raffalor, you can do what you want. Little fellow is kind of inserting himself in the conversation at different tables. You can clearly see he's trying to pickpocket some of the people there. You can
Nice.
choose. You can react to that.
Oh
And
boy.
yeah, so he's definitely garnering some attention.
So, is he still drunk?
Yes, he is still drunk.
Jesus boy. So I try to nicely walk over to him and pat him, like just a little quick bump on the shoulder. Be like, not now, little fellow.
And then he kind of follows you back to the table. Be like, he's gonna whisper to you, "Well, what do you think we're supposed to do here, bunny boy?" He whispers to
Hey,
you.
yeah. For right now, I would like to get you some information. So if you would like to walk around and be an actual, you know, person of noble state, you can, chat with people. I'm about to do that.
Well, as you mentioned that, since this is kind of what Yundak, Amra, and Halfhorn came to do, when you mentioned chatting, a elf in green robes covering most of his body, wearing both of his hands are covered in rings that hold gems that
Oh,
allow
boy.
him to cast fireball. It's basically just
Hi.
like he takes him out of the ring and throws the gem, and it casts fireball.
So it's kind of like the necklace of Fireball.
Yeah, it's a necklace of fireball, but it's in a ring form, so it's like a single thing.
So grenade out.
Yeah, it's basically like a grenade.
Okay, so shit, take cover!
He is not throwing them at you. It's just I was letting you know that he has this.
They're made to do that.
He does not seem to want to do that. He is right over here. Yundak, you, Amra, and Halfhorn recognize this guy immediately as Inquisitor Flamesight. And he comes up to you three specifically and is just like, I didn't realize that they would have let you three here. What are you doing at this party?
Well, I believe we were invited, especially Lady Amra. Amra.
Now, that I can believe, since she was a disgraced court wizard. But why is he here? And he gestures to Halfhorn, the King of Varland, who just is enjoying Flamesight's reaction to all this.
Along with Yuntag is also smirking, having a smirking at this, enjoying it as well.
Well, is it just you three, or all of you at this table here to spite me?
Excuse me, I have no idea who you are, sir.
I am Inquisitor Flamesight, head of the Inquisition. If you wish to enjoy your stay in Lavse, I advise not getting on my bad side unless you wish to end up on a pyre. Do I make myself clear?
See,
I mean,
understood. And
out of curiosity, what
I'm
is
sorry
your bad side?
I'm sorry to.
Probably the left side,
who asked
you know.
that?
Or that can progress.
Who asked
Sorry
him
to
that
hear
question?
about what happened to your comrades.
So he stops glaring at. I think it
Rafe.
was
Rafe.
He stops staring at Rafe for a bit and turns over to Cora and he's like, Thank you for your condolences. I don't know how much that means, though, from a bird.
Rufo mumbles under his breath. Oh, great racist.
I told the king we should just let elves and drow here. It's bad enough we have to let the drow here. Stink.
Like,
Will be
just
in this
that
palace for
comment.
years. And how do the rest of you react to this clearly racist guy just coming up to you, insulting everyone at this table?
I hear nothing.
My face doesn't react, but but Jundak and Soren can see me clenching my fist under the table.
Catherine is just looking. Catherine has her elbows on the table, just leaning in, watching and listening to this strange scene. Because compared to everyone else, she's the one who actually looks like an elf at the moment.
Yeah. Oh,
So she's just has one eyebrow raised, looking at this man.
I am.
Yeah, just generic
sorry.
elf.
Generic.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, miss. What are you doing in the company of these things?
Rachel just looks at it. I'm like, excuse.
Are you referring to
I
Lord
am
Crimson
eating.
as a thing?
Oh, Lord
I'm here-
Crimsonshire.
I'm here as his assistant. You should probably apologize for your behavior.
Yes, I'm sorry, Lord Crimsonshire. I didn't recognize you. But what the hell happened to you?
Oh, so
Magic
not only have
bath
you
bomb.
insulted him as calling him a thing, but now you're asking what the hell happened to him? You could ask a little more nicely, I would think.
I'm
What
sorry.
What
It's just,
would the king think if this is how you treated other nobility? If you treated nobility?
Exactly, sir.
Rufo is kind of raising the eyebrow at Crimson.
Sure, I was
Flamesight
invited
looks
here.
like
I was
very
invited.
confused by this whole situation, and a bit.
Yeah, because the only person who looks like an elf is not at all on his side.
Yeah, and he's just like, he reverts back to what he knows best and just walks up to Halfhorn and stares directly into his eyes. It's like, I don't know what you did to get everyone here, but I know you're up to something. And so help me, I don't give a damn if you're a king. Before this party is over, I will make sure you burn. And he walks away.
Does he walk away? Because I'm pretty sure he just gave
buddy.
a death threat directly to a king.
I was wondering, is that? I'm like, is that your bad side, sir? I'm still not sure about it.
Rufo speaks up.
He very clearly is fuming as he storms away.
Again, Rufo
Leads
speaks
in a
up.
whisper to Crimson.
Yes.
I'm messaging you.
Okay.
Okay, Rufo speaks up. Well, for Inquisitor, he's not pretty bright.
I minor illusion a little puppet of the Inquisitor going wah, 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 looking angry for a second and then make it vanish. As he walks away.
You see,
like a Muppet?
you see the kind of contained frustration and rage from Corin's face melt with that little performance.
As you guys are all, as you're all laughing at that amazing little show that Crimson's putting on with the illusion of Inquisitor
Flamesight?
Yep, Inquisitor Flamesight. Or was it Crimson or who was giving that?
I'm doing the illusion of him like a little Muppet looking angry, going wah, 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 wah. As he walks off.
You're all laughing at that. One of the soldiers kind of guarding the wedding kind of goes up to Half Horn and starts apologizing profusely to him. And he's like, I'm sorry, King Half Horn.
We hear him
He is-
apologizing.
This random soldier here, unnamed soldier. Currently, I'm sorry, King Halfhorn, and I'm sorry everyone else here. Flame sight is hard to deal with on the best of days, and well, I'm sure your presence, King Halfhorn, has made things worse. But I do wish to extend my apologies, the apologies of Lavse, about his actions. Unfortunately, he is an inquisitor, so there's not much we can do. I do ask that you please do not antagonize him further. The last thing we need is any deaths at this wedding. What with the trouble at the down in the city.
You mean with all those slaves
Trouble?
angry?
Yes, there was a bit of a slave revolt down in the city, yes.
About what, may I ask?
As, we haven't been able to piece that together yet. Everything was going fine until today. I mean,
And that was
Catherine,
before or after you shot them with arrows?
I
and Catherine
wasn't-
is also like glaring at the soldier, like as if like, excuse me, but she's not saying anything. She's like looking at him.
he looks. He kind of senses the hostility at this table, and is like, "Look, I wasn't there personally. I don't personally agree with the whole slavery thing, but I mean, people were going to get hurt, so we had to they had to disperse the crowd, and I wasn't there, so I had no say over how that was handled." But I do wish it was handled better. If I hear anything about what caused that, I'll let you all know.
Why? We were just curious.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
The
but why
Muppet
report it
Inquisitor-
to us?
The Muppet Inquisitor is
Well,
looking at
since
this
you-
soldier very seriously.
because you asked. Like that's no other reason besides that.
I guess it must be under your pay grade to not care about it.
Yeah. Well, I do hope
Rules
that.
like for me then.
Wait, so before he tries to leave, I kind of like motion him over to me,
Yeah. Okay.
and I put about 5 gold pieces into his pocket and be like, if anything more comes that's out of the ordinary, I would like to know first.
All right. We'll do.
Hmm.
You'll be the first to know.
And Catherine is also going to type up. It's nice that you're giving out apologies, but I think as well your little friend there majorly insulted Lord Crimson here. I think a little bit more than just a general sorry to the group would
I
suffice.
will.
In fact, I think we'd like to speak to a superior if you can. It's a bit
Yes.
concerning to see
Of
Touch.
course.
such hostility.
I'll bring my captain. We'll see what we can do. Just
Good.
we'll.
Now,
I really pull
In the meantime, enjoy the party. I will try and get my
Very
captain.
caring.
He was a bit. He's a bit busy with everything going on here. Rest assured, I will bring him to you as soon as possible.
Get
And then
going.
the guy kind of walks away.
Get going,
as
soldier.
he tries to find his captain.
And after the night leaves, and Juntek looks at the party and says, "So, what do you think of Inquisitor Asshole?"
I look over. I look over at the Muppet and I'm just like, I just like take my hand and I slap it and then it disappears. That good enough answer?
Very much so.
Well, as long as he doesn't live up to his name on the flame part and doesn't fire any fireballs at any forces, he has no problem with me.
Well,
As Zillion does hit chirps in agreement.
Half Horn is going to speak up, and he's going to be. Well, he does live up to his name. Normally, he tends to burn people deemed to be treasonous or runaway slaves.
That's a bit excessive.
Yes, he does love using those fireball gems of his to do it. I have to apologize on my behalf about how he's treated you all. His antagonism is surely directed towards me more than any of you, and I'm sorry you had to be put through
I've
this.
seen worse.
If it wasn't you, he'd probably be looking for something else to
Well,
cause a scene with.
he's had a massive stick up his ass ever since my mother ran away. She used to be,
Somebody needs to pull that out.
I don't think that's going to be possible.
Half Horn kind of.
No. It's a metaphor. It's a euphemism.
Amra Arabella just giggles at that, and
It's a metaphor.
Half Horn is trying to suppress a smile. Yes,
Honest-
someone does, but I know it probably isn't readily apparent, but my mother was human, my father was tiefling. Inquisitor Flamesight used to own my mother, and my father was a diplomat in Lavse. He kind of ran away with my mother, and ever since then, Flamesight has kind of hated my guts, which hasn't been good for international relations, let's just say.
Still,
and honestly,
it's very weird for a king to act such a way.
and
To have
honestly,
such an enemy.
sorry. And honestly-
well, I wasn't.
It does make me curious.
Yes.
I thought he was just an inquisitor.
What are your thoughts on the recent massacre of the Inquisition forces?
Half Horn kind of looks around, noticing that we're in the middle of a party full of Lavse nobles. There's several soldiers, and while they're still far away, there is a contingent of inquisitors at the other end of the room, kind of keeping an eye on things. So he's just kind of leans in to Cora and just kind of whispers, just so the whole table can hear. But he's like, as far as I'm concerned, good riddance. Originally they were founded to root out rebels and servants of Eldorm, but since he hasn't returned in at least 100 years, I think, they've just basically become glorified slave hunters. And the power's kind of gone to their head. So, yeah, I think
Indeed.
the world's better off without them. As cruel as that is, but... Anyway, why don't we try to have some fun at this party? I mean, surely there must be some activities here you all might wish to partake in.
This archery competition, the unlisted one sounds interesting, and Zernan just nip at his cheek and ouch!
I
What?
think your companion is trying to tell you not to do it.
What?
Well,
All that goes to be
myself as
useful
well.
for the village.
There's some gnomish invention stalls.
Yeah.
Rufus perks over. Honestly, I'm kind of curious about that because if they make something that mows down forests, I want to know how to destroy them.
Good boy.
Inventions or the gnomes?
The invention.
Yes.
Yes, that is a important
Because
distinction.
I can say this. Rufus looks over to the Half King and how
The
can I say
Half-King?
this without sounding offensive? Because a long time ago, like 2 years from now, a group of tieflings were trying to burn down the forest where me and my mother lived in, and they were all thieving. So, just out of curiosity, were those your citizens or just bandits?
Half Horn thinks about that for a minute. He says, I think if they're burning something down, the best guess is bandits. Usually, my citizens only participate in defensive actions against Lavse, border skirmishes, and stuff like that. Helping slaves cross the border. Uh, is unless your forest is near the border of Lavse, or near the border of Varland and Lavse, then I don't think it would have been one of my, or I don't think the group would have been my citizens.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Would
the
you
forest
agree?
where me and my mother lives is kind of northeast from here.
If it's
No,
northeast from here, then I think it would be safe to say that.
oh no, wait, sorry, northwest. I'm bad with
Northwest.
directions.
Okay, yeah, I know what forest you're talking about. Yeah, because there is a village in there, in that map, which is a happy coincidence, I think. But anyway, back to what Halfhorn's saying. Yes, I do believe that it's safe to say that wasn't any of my citizens. None of our citizens, troops, or anyone has really made it that far in Lavse ever.
Agreed.
Yes.
Okay, so we were just defending our homes, and if they were bandits, we kind of did we're both the judge, the jury, and the executioners on that day.
Well, I'm sure your village is much safer without those bandits. I'm sure Yundek will agree that less bandits is good, and Varland
Okay.
has nothing to do with it.
Agreed. None of the soldiers at Varland would ever do atrocities, especially in the Northwest.
Yeah, we've.
And if my order knew anything about it, we would have, hopped in to try and intervene and protect your forest.
Really? What circle you're from? My mother is somewhat a druid, somewhat, but she might know
My
of your circle.
specialization. No, my specialization is of the shepherds. But
Oh
we
no,
have
I meant
many
your druid
different.
clan. Like, what's your druid clan known for? Not your practices.
We protect different wildlife areas, especially those with more rare and endangered animal species, especially magical ones.
Rufo's ears and eyes narrow a bit on that, like, all species?
Soren kind of speaks up and is like, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't we protect all species?
Rufus stands up with Zonas on his shoulders. Some species need to go extinct, especially egg hunters.
Okay.
He gets...
Where was this
Soren
kind
is
of no
kinda-
They
team?
just look like at this.
Gonna like stand
just like-
behind Corn a bit.
You take
Oh,
one
hold on.
species out of an environment, and you can cause an entire ecological collapse.
Really, you don't know what an egg hunter is?
It's something that eats eggs.
Yes, but you know what an egg hunter really is. where they usually feed on the most. You can tell he's getting agitated, the ignorance.
Hey,
Eggs?
Amra Arabella is just going to speak up. They feast upon dragon eggs. They've been a plague upon dragon populations for several hundred years. Particularly, they've made it hard for Lavse to maintain its dragon rider core, which is the only reason why I know about egg
Egg hunters.
egg hunters.
No, not.
No,
We don't
he
wish
is.
extinct. Not sure we wish extinction upon them, but we wouldn't be sad to see those go, since those do threaten to the dragon population, and there aren't
Rufus
as
pulls
many
out
dragons
a,
as there are.
Rufus pulls out a dead, mummified of a egg hunter and just shows it to them. You say these little abominations deserve to live. These little fuckers.
No.
Why not?
So he's just causing the middle of
Pretty much for anyone who's never seen an egg hunter, it's like a salamander-like creature, but they can inflate their tails to mimic a dragon's egg, and that's all far it can go unless someone knows nature check or something.
Okay, so I think salamanders are adorable. So you're showing me a big salamander.
Not
and I'm
these
like,
ones.
so I'm just
Not
like,
these ones.
oh,
They have like
that's-
3 sets
that's
of legs.
so cute.
Yeah, with the extra legs and.
Ritual looks at
It's
little.
still cute.
Yeah.
Rufus
This
was
is
designed
going
by
on.
his
Like, Amra
coat.
Arabella is just like practically leaning over onto the table trying to get a closer look at this thing.
Oh,
Looks
the
at
egg hunter?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
egg hunter,
he's-
yeah.
Yeah, he holds it by its, it's preserved, but it's mummified kind of way. Yeah, these things grow in colonies, and trust me, finding one means there's probably more. These things outnumber dragons to
Yeah.
1 to 100s.
Yeah.
And let me tell you,
If
Yeah, let's see.
we have had to do a few exterminations of them to protect local dragon nesting grounds.
Why don't you just put the eggs in a vault or something?
Because because dragon eggs need certain conditions in order to be able to hatch.
and some of these dragons like to keep their eggs close to their layers.
Hmm.
Not the mounted dragons. I'm talking about wild dragons, like chromatic, metallic,
Oh,
gem dragons, even the other dragon species. These things are a plague to parents.
Ritual looks at little fellow and goes, "This is a cat, right? He's a cat."
and after all this, I can
Yeah.
just that's enough. We're here to have that. We're here to enjoy ourselves and maybe possibly make fools of some of these noblemen. So
And as you say, make fools of noblemen, you hear an announcement saying, archery competition! Archery competition! Last
Rufus
call
looks
for
over.
the archery competition!
Rufus,
Okay.
You probably do archery.
same
I
here.
think we should.
Rufus puts away the
Would you like to do
dead, mummified egg hunter into his coat again, and
Why do you
walks
just
towards
keep
his.
that on you?
that? Seems unhygienic.
And he points to Zerna. She can sniff them out.
I actually may join you.
Alright, so who all's doing the archery competition?
Catherine.
Are there any events going on at the same time, or is it just one at a time?
It's gonna be
I'll be
one
right
at
back.
a time, so you guys can do any of the
I
events
mean,
that
might
you
as
want.
well.
I'm gonna
And
go do
Catherine
some
will go.
archery.
Alright,
Might
everyone
do some
just
archery.
like
I mean,
everyone who's
probably
doing
shoot someone in the leg.
everyone doing the archery contest, just let me know by saying me in the chat. And I
Which
think
chat?
it's everyone.
I'll just watch.
Roll 20. Alright, so I think that's pretty much everyone.
Okay, like, be right back.
It's
Yeah.
3 out of 6.
Raph, yes, you can bet on it.
Then
think
I
you-
participate.
Yeah.
I will sit back with the nobles.
Okay. You have probably the most gold of everyone in your group, so you probably would be the best one to bet. So I think
Yes,
that
yes.
pretty much means everyone is participating in this. This will be theater of the mind, just because it's just like shooting a bow at an archery range.
Is a bow a simple weapon?
Uh, I'd
That's
have to look that up, but for now I'm saying yes.
Okay.
I think it is actually,
Yeah.
honestly.
So for the purposes of this, I will say yes. I will have a look into that after the session and double check that. But who wants to go first? As you guys come up here, there is kind of this archery range. There's an announcer announcing that it's about to start, getting people's names to participate. Some other nobles have already put their names down and are getting ready. You do see the main official archery contest, and then kind of off to the side, almost like in a corner, there's some people with a target kind of up against a wall that are they seem to be betting on their own separate little competition there, which is probably the unofficial competition.
So me and little fellow walks up to the gentleman there making the bets. Excuse me, my good sir. I see you are taking a little bet to this competition.
Yes. We are betting on our little competition here and the main competition.
And out of curiosity, is there any high on favorites that you think?
Well, Master Brothor, in the archery competition, he's the favorite and crowd favorite at least. He's ex Lavse soldier, took an arrow to the knee and has been retired ever since.
Retired. And he's the favorite? How?
He used to be a sharpshooter in the Lavse
Like
army.
you.
What?
He used to be a sharpshooter like you until he took an arrow to the knee.
Oh, the noble doesn't get that, but I appreciate the reference.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I thought you were making that reference.
Yes, I mean I was making that reference, the arrow to the knee. But Brothor, he's the favorite. The noble kind of gives the symbol of rubbing his fingers together for money, as if he wants money for some more information.
Interesting. But I bump into little fellow. I'm like, give the man a coin.
Little fellow gives the noble a platinum piece.
What?
What?
Is this enough, good sir? The noble's leans in to anyone who's listening in your group. The real favorite is Jox over there.
Jox?
Yeah, Jox. Jox. This is some elf from the countryside. They say some high up people are expecting Jox to win, and he doesn't look like much, but let's just say the odds are a little tipped in his favor.
Interesting, sir. I mean, this information is very, very thoughtful. My question is though, can you see this gentleman over there? And I point at the feline with the feline over there.
Yeah.
I
He
didn't catch
seems.
any of that.
That's weird.
Rafa was pointing over to
Rufo.
Rufo, the one who's a ranger.
And I look at him, apparently this man is very intrigued into the competition. How would you say make a little wager that I'll
for
put
love of-
50 gold pieces that he makes it to the finals.
50 gold pieces that your fellow there makes to the finals.
Indubitably.
I'll take that bet.
Hmm.
He doesn't look like much.
Interesting.
Tell you what, I'll double your money 100 if he gets to the finals. I'll give you 500 if he somehow managed to win this thing.
Interesting. So I look at the little fellow and I'm like, does that sound like good odds to you?
Okay, so he's already signing up to the contest.
Yeah,
Roll
he just
for a bow.
No, I'm saying I saw the little fellow and I go, oh, does that sound like good odds to you?
Little fellow kind of shrugs, and then kind of shakes his head no.
Of course, you're no fun anyway.
I
You're
really
on,
hope you
sir.
tell Rufo about this.
You're on, kind sir. And then I just grab him by the shoulder, little fellow by the shoulder, and walk away. And I whisper in his ear in thieves' camp, and I'm like, if we don't win, you find a way of taking that money.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're saying
And
this
we
is a
walk
little
away.
fellow?
Yeah, walk away.
He's just kind of mutters under his breath, like, "Don't you worry, bunny boy." And then they have bows kind of laid out for everyone to use during the competition if you don't have your own.
I have my own.
And everyone who's participating, which I believe is everyone but Rafalor, is participating in this. I want everyone to roll for me.
I'm not participating. I'm just watching.
Okay, so Corin's not participating either.
Who's
I'm not proficient in bows.
Okay. So then it would be Rufo,
I'm proficient.
Catherine, Crimson, and Rafa. Yundak as well?
Yeah, Yondak, just to see just to get my
Where's my
archery up.
Okay.
Just
Oh, we're
to-
rolling initiative right now?
Yep, I'm going to
Am I
have
rolling
you
in-
roll initiative.
Okay, fair enough.
And I am going
Everyone.
to have this guy be Brothor. The elf guy will be Jox. Drow will be another noble.
Oh, well, not
Do we have
bad.
to roll if we're not participating?
No, you do not have to roll if you're not participating. This
Check
is
the
just-
check the chat. Rafalor is saying that he's talking right now, but no one can hear him.
Yeah, I don't hear.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not talking.
No, I
Okay.
was,
I am.
Oh, okay.
yeah, I was letting
Who
you
couldn't
know.
hear me talk?
You're sitting there being like, "Who can't hear me speaking?" and while not talking.
No, I was not who couldn't hear me when I was talking to the DM.
Did my initiative take in?
You gotta click on your token first.
I did. It didn't took it, but I rolled 11, so
Okay,
I
let's see
fixed
here.
it.
So let's do.
Yeah, it took. I see it. It's in there.
15, and 15 and 9.
Oh, before the contest, Rufo's going to lead Zorian with someone. Like, can somebody watch her for me while I'm in this
Sorry,
contest?
Rafa is just betting, so that's
Sure, I can watch her since I'm just sitting on the sidelines.
and
Yeah, he hands her over to the owl folk.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, does she making some sort of chatting sounds. She says she does that. Just keep an eye on her.
All right.
All right. So
And I'll take her with me into the stands and gently kind of
Alright.
gently give her scritches.
I'm going to look over at Catherine and say, best of luck to you, man. And give them a bardic inspiration.
All right. So bardic inspiration to Catherine.
So what do I roll?
All right, Crimson. So you are the top of the turn order here. So I believe a bow is a dex roll to
Just
hit.
straight
So just
dex?
going
Yep.
to
Like, roll as if you were to attack someone with dex.
Would that just
I think
be
it's just-
like? Would that just be a dex save or a dexterity? Just
Like an
straight
it would
attack.
be
Yeah,
like
that'd
you're
be
shooting
You
a
know what?
bow.
I'm just gonna add.
Yeah,
I'm
shooting
just
a
gonna
bow.
add a bow.
One
I'm
at a
just gonna
time,
add a
guys.
bow.
One at a time.
Hang on. You know what? I'm just gonna add a bow to my inventory and then take it out
Uh,
afterwards.
okay.
Hang on, it's like my sheet's glitching out. I need to restart roll 20.
Okay.
Yeah. Quick question, DM. Are these bows all the same? Like, are they all long bows or short bows?
The
Looking at
provided ones are short bows. You are allowed to you would have to use the provided bow.
So I can't use my long bow.
Um, the organizer is going to inspect it to make sure you haven't like messed with it, but you can
Oh,
use
like
your
to see if
longbow.
it's enchanted. Okay, yeah. So
Yeah,
it should be
yeah.
okay.
He's just like making sure it's not enchanted, and that's about it.
All right.
But you can use your longbow, yes. And
All right.
do you want to roll like insight to make sure everyone else's bow is up to stuff?
Yeah. I'll roll insight. It's not good, but
Yeah. This, since you'd probably be
oh,
aware
this is
of
not
it.
bad. 15.
You think you kind of catch out of the corner of your eye, like a slight sparkle to Jax's bow.
Yeah, I'm going to point out. Hey, what's wrong with your bow? It's sparking.
That's just the sun, good sir. I don't know what you're talking about. It's
Are we-
just,
Nice squint. And it looks at is there like a referee?
the referee kind of goes over, looks over the bow. He's like, "Checks out."
You sure?
I'm sure. If you want to question it again, we
Keeps
might.
raising it, I think.
We prefer you don't question it again. If you want to continue participating
All
in the
right,
tournament, are you
All right,
implying that we're not above level here?
No, just making sure.
And
Okay.
the referee walks away.
Does anyone else hear that?
Yes, I am.
Crimson just keeps logging in and logging out. What's going on?
Yeah, what's going on, Crimson?
I thought I was going crazy.
Yeah, it was kind of annoying. Who's doing that? Crimson, is that you?
Yeah, it's
Good.
it's Crimson.
What's wrong, Crimson?
Not saying anything.
Yeah,
Are
probably
you trying to
technical
speak? We can't hear you. Oh.
difficulties. I think probably for him.
Ah,
Okay, Discord's messing up. Okay.
Damn, I keep forgetting to change that. Ignore that.
All right. Well, Crimson, if you can hear me, could you roll roll to make an attack? See if you hit the target.
Oh, it's Discord, not my mind. Okay.
I think
Crimson, for now, just type in the Roll20 chat so
Yeah,
we can.
that's type. Crimson.
hang on, I'll be right back. They're trying to call me. See, maybe that works. Be right back.
Okay.
All right. Okay, while we're doing this, are the arrows provided as well, or we can use our own?
Arrows are provided, but you can use your own. The referee will do the same thing, where he
All right.
will inspect your arrows to make sure they're not
Enchanted?
Enchanted, yeah.
It's in that case, I'm gonna roll an insight check again, unless the insight check I did still counts.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay.
Hey, what,
Crimson
who-
did roll.
Who?
Okay, he did roll? Okay,
Yeah.
12,
So
okay.
12.
So, you fire your bow at the target. It hits kind of on the outer ring of the target.
Oof.
There is 3 rings, kind of the outer ring, the inner ring, and the bullseye.
Really?
Yeah, I know how targets work.
I know. Just
I've played Minecraft before.
Jesus.
what is Minecraft?
Who was the person that was being called out?
Jock.
Yeah, Jock.
What happened with
Okay.
that?
He has an enchanted bow.
He has an enchanted bow, and the referees are not calling him on it.
I'm gonna look over at the guy with the enchanted bow and be like, "Ah, you really need a enchanted bow for this. Such a shitlord." Unsettling words.
Oh, is that a spell?
Okay.
It's not a spell. It's a bardic ability.
Alright. And
As a bonus action, you expend 1 use of bardic inspiration. Choose 1 creature within 60 feet, and roll a bardic inspiration die. The creature must subtract the total row to. Oh wait, never mind. That
Yeah,
only
only affects
affects
saving throw.
Damn it.
okay.
It's not cutting words.
Alright, so Crimson,
I still call him a shitlord.
yeah, you still call him a shitlord. You scored 1 point. Someone helped me keep track of points. But you scored 1 point because you hit the outer one. The next up is the soldier Brothor, who walks up with his bow in hand.
Everybody get a natural 1 so I can somehow win this.
He is going to fire at his target. He
Wow.
bullseyes it.
Oh,
He just gets a straight +10?
Yes. He is a former sharpshooter. So for this, with his bow, I'm giving him a +10.
Rufus' eyes, right?
It's literally
Oh,
the only thing he can do. And
wow, impressive.
I should clarify, he is like hobbling over to like fire at the target. Like he doesn't look like he's in a good way. And he does kind of have a cane to help him move along.
Oof. So he retired recently.
Alright, so then,
Oof.
since he bullseyed, he has 3 points, so Brothor, 3 points. Yundak, it is your go.
Okay. Let's see what I get. 21.
Alright, that's a bullseye, so 3 points for you. So you very easily just walk up, bullseye this target. Nothing out of the ordinary yet. Keep track. Everyone keep track of your own points. I'll keep track of the NPC points here.
After Yundak does his turn, he actually walks to Corin and whispers to him, "Do you know any spells to detect magic or even dispel?" Or, you
As
heard
you're having this conversation, Jox just kind of like looks away from the target, pulls an arrow from his quiver, fires, And
What happens if I cast Feather Falling on an arrow?
I think
you'd probably be disqualified and escorted away.
Hmm.
That's a verb. That'd be verbal, so you could hear it.
Unfortunate. It's unfortunate that It's unfortunate Vicious Mockery causes damage. There's no way to stealth do Vicious Mockery
Yeah.
and give him disadvantage on his attack.
So as he does this, just not even looking at the target,
If I had
since
subtle
he
spell, I could
does
subtle
have an
spell Vicious
enchanted
Mockery.
bow, and everyone in the party knows this, he bullseyes without even really having.
Oh, he doesn't even have to roll.
He doesn't even
Can't you-
need to roll.
Can't you just roll anyway, just in case he gets a natural 1?
Yes, I will roll in case he gets a nat 1. I'll just roll a flat d20, because if he doesn't roll 1, he's /R1d20. Yes, so he does hit. He bullseyes it.
He doesn't even need the enchanted bow.
Yeah, he doesn't even need the enchanted bow.
so he's just that good.
Yeah. Well, yes. That was
Okay.
unmodified, so he does have his own modifier, but
Okay,
it's
so I
mostly
thought
the enchanted bow. So unless he
So
rolls
Rufus-
a 1.
So does Rufus notice this is just his own skills, not the enchanted bow? Magic?
Yes. Rufo.
Alright.
Rufo does know that. Well, he does have an while Jox does have an enchanted bow, he's not by any means a poor marksman. So
Okay, is Jock walking by him?
yeah,
Okay, can I say something?
yeah.
If you have such skills, why you need an enchanted bow for?
Because he's a shitlord.
Please refrain from insulting the other contestants.
Okay, Rufo walks up to the line, and have you guys ever seen a Japanese archer do their thing?
I think so.
Okay, so
I know
he
I've
does the
played
stance.
a lot of Shogun 2, so I probably have seen this. at
So
some
pretty
point.
much he raises his longbow in the air, like pulling upwards, drawing his arrow down, and getting the position. Takes a good long aim at the target, and he's going to do a little flourish, like he's going to try to pierce through the target. Like he's pulling this bowstring longer and longer. He takes aim, and let's see. I need to roll. What do you need to roll? A dex check?
Like if you were to attack with your bow, it's the same kind of roll.
Okay,
you'd roll
so
yeah, it'd be a dex roll with your
modifier.
your modifier
16.
and proficiency if you're proficient with it.
And
Okay,
he lets
20.
go, and it sounds like a gunshot that's went off. Like,
Yep, and you bullseye, just like a gunshot, boom, bullseye.
like how deep is the arrow into the target? Like, do they have to really yank it out?
Like yeah, you can yank it out.
No, I mean, it's like whoever's trying to yank it out. Do they have to
They have
pull it?
to get like 3 people to kind of like pull at it because it's more or less like buried to the like feather on the arrow.
Rufus
they do
smiles. Rufus extends his hand and it's like, "Thank you for my arrow. Sorry, I dumped that sucker in like a tick." He just walks back with a grin on his face.
Okay, and while you're grinning, it is Catherine's.
So that's 3 points, right?
Yeah, that is 3 points
as-
for you. Yes.
As Catherine is stepping up, she passes by Crimson and whispers, "Support me on this. I think I have an idea." So she's
I'm
going
already
up to the
supporting you.
thing.
You get a D6 added to your roll.
Yeah, but
You're,
she's saying this in character, like in a whisper. It's like, so she's gonna go up. They're offering like a bow for her to use, right?
Yep.
So she takes it in hand. So she inspects it. She feels the pull on it, like the arrow,
Yeah.
and she winds up the shot, focusing. And she's like, "Wait a minute," and she's looking back to the crowd. Does she see where Jox is?
Yes.
Oh, are you gonna take out? I'm pretty sure you have proficiency with simple weapons, so you could turn your umbrella into a bow.
I could, but that's not what I'm gonna do.
But then you could use your charisma modifier for the thing.
Okay, but she says out loud, "I've been hearing a lot of accusations. By the way, who's been accusing poor Jock? She's heard the name, right, Jocks?
Yeah, Jocks, yeah.
Jocks, and they've even managed to confuse my lord here. I think we should dispel any notions that there's any form of cheating here." She goes up to him and offers a handout. "Mayn't I use your bow?"
He,
Out loud to everybody. "Mayn't I
Okay.
use your bow?"
Jocks is like, I don't see any issue with that.
Excuse me.
Here.
I understand there's no issue, and I want to dispel any notion whatsoever that you're cheating. Honestly, she looks
Well,
around to everyone as if in
yeah.
indignation. Any accusation can be easily dispelled if both of us are simply to share it. Correct?
Yeah,
I agree
And
with
she's
her.
like looking to the crowd, like, after all, there's no such concern. There should be no problem, right?
some of you kind of
went-
give, like, some of the crowd gives you, like, half-hidden glares. But for the most part, they seem to agree with you. And Jocks
We should
offers
dispel
you
we should dispel any notion that there's any kind of.
He's
cheating.
already offering you the bow.
Yeah, he's
Excellent,
already
excellent.
offering you the bow.
She's gonna
Jocks
hold it in hand. Does she
may or
feel
may not
anything?
be aware that it's enchanted. So just throwing that out there.
Who might be aware? That he might not
He's-
be aware?
he's not-
the
he's
the
not
guy
aware that
using
it's
the bow,
enchanted.
he doesn't know it's enchanted. He might not
Okay.
know, is what I said.
Does she
So what are you
feel
gonna do?
anything
Like aim
different about
straight
the
up in
bow?
So
the
he,
air
like,
so that
just-
it curves
Yeah.
and clearly it's enchanted.
She's going to take her bow, well, the bow. She's going to aim at the target, and out of curiosity, she's going to visibly like aim a little bit more to the left than she should be. But her
Okay.
eye is still on the bullseye. And then she.
All
Roll.
right. She just roll to make sure it's not an @1.
Okay, it's not
Yeah,
an L1.
you're good. Yeah, so
So she is visibly aiming a little to the left.
yeah, you visibly aim to the left, and everyone can see the arrow curve hit the bullseye.
Woo! Bullseye! And she's looking back in excitement as if in complete ignorance.
And the referee kind of comes up and is like, "I'm sorry, miss. I don't know how we missed this. That bow does seem to be enchanted.
Excuse me.
Mind-
Are you insinuating an insult now to Mr. Is Jocks been insinuated to be a lord or anything?
Jocks is kind of a nobody.
Are you
he's been
insinuating insulting this man's honor that he was using a enchanted bow? I don't think so.
Yeah, Rufus
just-
speaks up. Hey! I told you that bow was enchanted!
Oh,
And she's like shushing the tabaxi.
if you just give me the bow, we can prove if it's enchanted or not. And the referee like holds out his hand.
That's fine. I mean, is this like what? Is this just a regular bow?
Yeah,
You think it's just a regular practice bow? I thought, why would it be
Yeah,
enchanted?
if you,
He's not offering it ahead to him. By the way,
Okay.
she's like,
she's
keeping
not
him, like,
off.
excuse me.
Uh,
Like she's like, wait a minute. She's like giving a motion, like, wait a minute. So she's like asking, this is like a regular practice bow, isn't it?
It was supposed to be. Clearly, it's not.
Okay. And she's gonna take it in both hands and snap it over her knee.
And you do that? I heard that enchanted items are a lot harder to break.
Yeah, she's trying to prove it's not enchanted to the crowd. Just more proof.
Yeah, so it's
It's just a practice bow, right? She tries to break it.
yeah, you try to break it and it just like does not break. One of the other referees kind of holds up another practice bow and just very easily snaps it over his leg. Yes. Well,
So
unfortunately,
this was enchanted. And she hands it back at last.
Yeah, and then just to prove the point, the one referee grabs two separate arrows, aims them in the air, fires them both, and they both bullseye into Jox's target.
My! Either we have the most impressive marksman in the world, or we have some explaining to do. Oh, should I actually not take my shot, or
The
should I now actually?
announcer says, Jox is hereby disqualified from the tournament on accusations of cheating.
Hold on. And Yundek actually goes up. I don't think Jock actually knew about this, and is that correct? And Yundek,
Yeah, Jock's like, I didn't know. I thought I was just that good. If you let me have
And
my
Catherine is
normal
looking to
bow.
Crimson like having seen all of like the gambling as well. It's like just motioning him to.
so
If she saw that, if she didn't, then she wouldn't motion to Crimson anything.
so it and does it seem like he's telling the truth?
He seems genuine.
Then
He's
it's obviously that somebody was playing.
Check.
Yeah, do insight check.
Yeah, you can do
Net
it.
20!
Alright, nat 20. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
nice.
telling the truth. As far as he knows, he had a normal bow. He was a bit taken off guard when you had accused him of having an enchanted bow, because he wasn't party to any such cheating. He's just as shocked as this is basically anyone outside of the party.
So that seems a little unfair. Do you think he was not even aware?
All right. We rescind our current statement. Jox may continue to participate in the tournament. We will have him fire his shot once more, and then we shall continue where we left off with what's
And
her
she
name
talks
again?
Like, I think I need to also make another shot.
Yes, Catherine. We will have Jox fire his shot, then you will fire your shot again.
I've returned. I've gotten my frickin'. I reset the box. What happened with?
You got caught. Well,
We've
more like
proven
the boat got caught in a sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much about Jock's still in the competition. We've proven he did not knew his bow was rigged.
Yeah,
So
so he's
not
gonna
disqualified.
he's gonna fire another shot, and he's still in the competition. And then
what about?
Crimson needs to make a new shot.
Just to
Yeah.
actually make sure that
yeah, Catherine needs to
actually-
make a new shot too, but Jox is gonna take his shot first.
Yundak actually gives him the bow he has, just to make sure that nobody ruins this, accidentally giving him another chance.
Alright,
so-
so Jox fires
an
and
idea.
misses the target. Oh.
And also, Catherine makes a suggestion. Why don't we all use the same bow? Then there can be no accusation.
Yeah.
Rupos rolls his eyes. Can we get on with this?
So she'll take the bow.
So
she'll
Jox
offer to take the bow
offers
again.
the bow to offers the
Don't
bow to
forget-
Catherine.
Don't forget your
Right,
bardic
she's-
inspiration for this.
Yep.
Because
I
just
can roll
because,
after our.
just
roll
because
after the
we're
number two.
yeah, just because the enemies are just because we're calling out the enemies for violently treating doesn't mean we can't cheat ourselves.
And then she's going to line up the shot for real this time. And I'm going to use the bardic inspiration, which is a guaranteed.
Yeah,
20.
guaranteed one. Yeah, so you bullseye the target.
Yep.
So that's 3 points for Catherine. And then.
And she'll offer the bow to the next guy in line.
Alright, the next
That was
guy
a
in
really
line
good
is
shot, Catherine. Another
random,
bardic inspiration.
Drow noble who looks like he doesn't even really know how to hold a bow properly. And kind
Rupert
of,
expects up.
Oh, are you gonna help him try and fire the bow?
No, I'm getting back because he knows what happens if you're not properly
Oh,
knowledge to
okay.
train the
Oh,
bow.
okay.
Something bad will happen. Like,
Yeah. So
he
Yeah,
whispers to the
he's
referee.
trying to like
He-
fire it
by the way.
off,
He
and like
whispers to the referee.
yeah,
Like, do you
twice.
have healing staff on hand?
Yeah, we do.
I
Okay,
also
you might
decided
need
to
it.
actually help this nobleman because honestly,
This,
being a warrior, it kind of really hurts Yundak seeing such
like
poor form.
you see this guy. He's like trying to fire it, and then the arrow falls to the floor, and he does that like 2 times before
Yeah.
you come up to help him. Are you giving him the assist action, or are you helping him, or?
It just kind of
No.
giving him some pointers along with Ruth, if possible, if he decides. Well,
Alright.
just to because this
Give him the health action, and he gets a nat 20 and ends up winning the game.
Yeah, that would be. He'd probably need a nat 20 to really do good at this.
I'm grateful for just watching this because Rick was just entertained.
Do I go again, or am I out because I got 1 point?
The old guy is still going. So he is going to roll with the pointers from Yundak. He's not going to do as poorly, but he is still doing poorly. He hits. He hits the target. The third ring, the outermost ring. And then, since he scored a point, everyone else bullseyed. Jox missed, so Jox is the first one out of the tournament.
Oh,
Crimson, it is your go again.
I'm surprised I'm still here. I even took the short bow out of my inventory.
Wait, question. My question is, do I see anything from the betting area?
There is a lot of people very angry. And
Are we going to be doing the elimination one at a time, by the way? Because it might be a bit slow.
Yeah.
Maybe it could be first one was 1 person, then next is going to be 2 people eliminated, and the rest is
Yeah,
3
let's
people.
go with that, yeah.
So the
Elimination.
first round, the worst 2 shots are out.
Yeah. Progressively
Okay.
more of the worst shots are out.
I got
So
an
the-
Yeah, otherwise it would take a while.
Yeah. Alright, so Crimson. Roll. Oh, sorry, I didn't see
I
you
did.
roll. So 18. Second row. So 2 points. So then it is Brothor. So then he was the one who had plus 10. Because he was the former sharpshooter. Bullseyes it. So then he has 6 points.
is his bow sparkling? Does he have also have an enchanted bow? Or is he just that good?
He is just that good.
Okay.
Like,
Now
this guy can do one thing and one thing only, and that is shoot bows.
okay, Judax is going to shoot his bow next,
Alright?
and I get up 23. Wow,
Alright, so that's 6 for you too.
I'm actually doing
Alright.
pretty good. Oh man,
Alright.
Okay, DM, I got a question.
Yeah.
Can I use some other checks? Combine my checks with other checks. Can I use a perception check to see if any wind is blowing, or anything like that?
Sure. Give me a perception check to see if you can determine the wind.
15.
Alright. The wind is blowing to the right. Just as
So-
for gameplay purposes, add 1 to whatever your modifier was to your
Okay, so that'll be 4.
Yep.
Okay, I gotta roll. Okay, he's going to do the same before he pulls his bowstring. He's going to
Wait,
look at his fingertip and
wait.
feel for the wind.
Oh,
So you normally have a +3 to shoot?
Yeah, it's a +3.
Okay.
Anywho,
The
anywho,
wait, you're proficient with the bow, right?
yes,
So then you should be adding
Yes.
a proficiency bonus to that as well.
yes, it is. I'm using roll
Okay.
20.
Okay.
wait,
Beyond
wait. You're
D&D
supposed to
Beyond.
be. You're supposed to be adding your proficiency roll to that. Is it Dex
Well, if you're
modifier?
proficient,
It actually does it.
If you're proficient, you'd add your proficiency if you're proficient in the weapon you're using.
Yes, I'm proficient with longbows.
Okay.
Is it a simple? Is it? I guess bows might not be a simple weapon then, because it's not adding my proficiency.
Okay.
No,
Probably
they're
not.
actually. It actually depends. Longbows are martial long weapons.
Yeah. Let's just say just flat from now on. Flat rolls with your Dex modifier. Let's get through this.
Okay, so I still get the plus one, right?
You're still +1, but now I'm not
Okay.
having any more rolls. We're not gonna get bogged down over the rules.
Yeah.
We're
Sorry,
gonna.
Yes.
bardic inspirations.
Yeah.
Yes, only that. Okay, unless we do other checks. Okay, I'm gonna roll my DC. 19, and that's plus 1 is 20.
Yep. Sunny bullseye. So you.
Is the L deeper than before?
Doesn't
It's an
really matter.
unnatural 20, so it's about the same length. So they still
All
have to
right.
pull it out.
All right.
So I think all the players, just about everyone, is at 6. But Catherine is your.
And I did
Okay.
give you another bardic inspiration, so
How
Catherine
many?
will. What?
How many you have left?
Catherine,
I have
Catherine will
3.
line up her shot for
All
it.
right.
Yep. She's not going to use up the bardic inspiration, so
Oh, but then you'll only get 2 points instead of 3.
No, 20. Anything over a 20 is a bullseye. So she.
Yeah, I know,
got
but
it, yeah.
oh,
So she gets
you
3
get plus,
points.
you get +6 to your rolls normally.
you're proficient.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So Catherine also at 6. It's the old guy. Now, so he's gonna roll. So that's a 1.
Oh boy.
So
Someone
he
to
he manages to shoot himself in the foot.
Okay,
Ooh.
Rufus runs over. Shit, I knew this would happen. And he goes
Oh,
over
no.
to Vanova. Don't pull it out. Let me do it for you.
Oh
He-
God.
He's going. Because he experienced this injury before. He's going to. Okay, he's going to tell Vanova, I'm going to pull this out, but don't worry. I know a healing spell. He's going to get ready to pull it out quickly and close it with.
Are there no medics available?
There's
Oh,
medics
okay.
that are rushing to the scene.
Okay,
And-
so Rufus pulls out the arrow and quickly casts. What is it called? Cure wounds.
And that I'm not gonna have you roll for that. Or yeah, it's enough to get him a-okay. But he is still gonna be carried out on a stretcher, and he is eliminated from the tournament.
Let's don't walk on that foot for a few days. It's over and
Is the only response he gives. All right, lightning round here. Roll.
So who was eliminated? Just him?
Just him,
Yeah, just-
because everyone else is tied with like 6, I believe.
Okay. So whoever just rolls the best here wins, or
Yeah.
or doesn't?
All right. Sounds like the wedding is almost gonna start, so we're gonna have it be whoever gets the most points this round is the winner.
okay.
So it's just going to be the guy that keeps rolling.
Yeah.
So it's
Okay.
the guy with the +10 just automatically wins if you make that
Yeah.
rule.
Okay, Rufus, he
And
gets
then
the stands.
actually, you know what? He actually gets called away. He's like, I'm sorry. I do actually need to make sure that I attend the wedding, and I don't want to miss this. So I'm gonna have to excuse myself. Good luck to all of you.
Before you
Who's that? Who's that? Who's the...
That was
Pulled out?
Brothor. Brothor. So it's
Oh.
just the players now. So I want all 4 of you to roll. Whoever rolls the highest of the 4 of you is gonna win this.
So
Okay.
should we
Shoot some
just roll for
grass.
Dex, or can we use for our?
Because we're
All right, I'm gonna roll for the shot, and I'm gonna use the bardic inspiration on it because I might as well.
Okay.
17.
Okay.
And then
I
who's
think
left? I think it's just
Yundak.
half orc. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yundak.
Before you
Yep.
actually leave, odd question, but what's the eye color of the guy that I just left? Odd question.
Brothor. Are you actively looking at his eyes to try and determine this?
I think you'd have to do a perception on something like
Just
that.
a quick glance. I'm just doing a quick glance.
Perception.
Yeah, give me a quick perception roll, Yundak. Because you know what to look for.
Mm-hmm.
And
Perception. Let me just double check my perception.
and
Three,
then roll an attack so I can see who wins this competition.
Yeah, please.
I'm sorry, but this is nope. Don't see it.
Wait, dude,
Yundak,
can I
you
see
see
it?
nothing.
Wait.
You didn't have
Wait, can I?
eyes.
Hold
Uh,
on, can I see? Can I make a
Rafa-
perception check on that?
competition
Oh
first and then see.
yeah, Rafa, yeah, you can make a perception check. But Yundak, please roll so we can get this
Okay, do I have
competition
to roll
over.
just for my dex, or can I have my
As a-
proficiency?
I think you
Just-
is that your nat? Oh, okay.
With proficiency. I
Yeah,
think,
with
for the-
proficiency, yes.
Okay, just a double check. 20.
Wow.
All right, Yundak, champion of the archery tournament.
I'm
that
actually
might be.
young guy is actually surprised about this. He was for sure that Ruth would actually win, being a ranger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Sorry?
I'm surprised the ranger is worse with the bow than me, just on a base score wise, because they got a +3 and I got
I
a
can
+4.
explain
I
that.
think we'll have to look into that and see what's going on there later. But for now, we're gonna move on.
Yeah, I just say Rufar is, did a stance for quick succession, but he fumbled and caused that to happen. So
yeah. Yeah, so you fumbled. And, Rafa, your perception check, you got an 18. Brothor, as you look at him as he's leaving, his eyes flash a bright crimson red. Like, completely just red. Like,
Hey,
He's probably going to assassinate the king.
Well, I mean, and so because
That's why
Sorry.
the DM gave him such a powerful bow score.
yeah.
So Rafe sees
would
this and
make
instantly
sense.
thinks in his mind, that he know, like with his talks with certain people, that he knows that something's going on with that person.
okay, so does Untek actually win any cash or
It
gold?
was 50 gold pieces for the official tournament, which...
And can I get my money for my guy being in the finals?
Yes. You get your money that you're promised. So I believe that was 100 gold for getting in the finals.
And-
Catherine, out of
Okay.
curiosity, goes up to the people who were handling the bows and asks, "What's going to happen with that enchanted bow? How come it was in the competition?"
Okay, I'm gonna have to exert my authority here as Lord Crimsonshire and say that we're going to be confiscating that bow for the time being.
and
Didn't we destroy that bow?
Did you?
No, you
No,
can't-
it wasn't. It was hard
No.
to destroy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, enchanted items are hard to destroy manually. You need to use some sort of magical item that can destroy other magical items or disenchant the enchantment fully.
We're gonna bring this by the proper authorities and make sure this isn't cycled back into wherever ever it came from originally.
You'd have to go to the armory. We had it brought back. You have
And
to
have it
speak
brought
to
back
the
here?
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Right.
Untek actually quickly walks to
As
room.
as this is going on, you hear a loud booming voice throughout the palace. The ceremony is about to begin. But first,
Ooh.
the king plans to give a speech. Anyone who wishes to be present for the ceremony, please report to the main hall.
Before that, Undak actually goes to Ruth and gives him 25 gold. Here, here, here. Think you deserve it a bit more. And gives him 25 gold, half of
Alright.
prize money.
Alright, Ruth Orr, did you hear that?
Ruthar?
Okay, I'm back.
I think he went on a
Okay.
bathroom break.
Oh, bathroom.
Okay, yeah.
You got
So
25 gold.
Yundek has given you 25 of his prize money,
Oh,
saying that
okay.
he thinks you deserved it more. And
Thank you.
And there was an announcement saying that the ceremony was going to begin after the king gives a speech.
85 gold coins.
Yep, 25
So
gold.
also with that announcement, is the guy still here that we were just talking to about the bow?
He's gone. He's heading to the armory.
Okay. Catherine
Yeah,
will.
unfortunately,
will-
as a DM, I can't give you the broken ass bow.
well, Catherine was going to argue that that they need to bring it now because there is an unmissable enchanted bow in the
Yeah.
middle of a royal wedding.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why. I mean, he's going to running to the armory to try and track that down.
If it helps at all, if I do get a hold of this bow, I do plan to immediately hawk it for money.
What?
Yeah.
Our character, you might want to, I don't know, check what kind of champion it has.
Yeah.
Because if it only works on that target, then it's useless.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
But if it's not
more
just a
the
target,
reason
then
to
there's
sell it.
literally if
If it
not
always
just a target,
targets to the target in the competition.
Yeah. That's.
I could still
that's
see some
probably
use for
it.
that. Like, I
Really,
could still
an
see
arrow
some
flying.
Just like fire it from across the
Listen,
continent, and the
listen.
arrow goes
put,
all
put
the
a
way.
note on the end of the thing, and then you got a sending stone.
Yeah, to that target.
Yeah, and all you have to do is move the target.
Yeah, well, anyway, let's not get bogged down on the random magic
Yes.
items there. So
Fair
you
enough.
hear the announcement saying that the ceremony is about to begin after the king's speech. So I would assume everyone is kind of...
Sure.
all the other people are filtering into the main hall. I assume the party would as well, unless there's any objections. It's the gnomes who are showing off their inventions nearby start to pack up. You see like some warforged with them. They have some kind of like gunpowder weapons with them, so maybe you might be able to look into that at some point in the future.
Oh.
But everyone is heading to the wedding, and you're kind of ushered back to your seats. I mean, you can resist if you want, but you're like everyone's slowly being ushered back into the main hall. All right, yeah. Okay. So
He whispers. Rufo whispers towards who's next to Rufo right now?
Little fellow.
that would be little
Little
fellow. Yeah, that'd be
Little
little
fellow.
fellow.
Yeah.
He as you kind of like turn over to him, he kind of pulls his hand back like he was gonna try and pickpocket you. Yes. What is it, good Ruthor, sir? And then he tries to like
What
play it
the
off
heck
as...
are those? What are those warforges holding? I have never seen anything like those before.
Oh, those are some gnomish invention. Guns, they call them.
Guns?
Yes, guns. They fire steel and smoke. It's basically like a bow, but fires hot lead at your enemy. Specifically, the one that Warforged was holding was a repeating rifle, I think they call it. You, some of the most skilled fighters can fire like 6 shots off with that thing. And the course is 6 seconds. So I've heard. But
Yeah, Rufo looks over to his warforges and, man, those must be terrible to take down a target being that noisy.
yeah, definitely.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
after
you-
the first shot with your bow, usually, like, the target knows that you've
Yeah.
shot them, regardless of noise.
he
And,
said that.
as you guys are doing this, the like Warforge raises its gun in the air and starts shooting. So you just hear like this massive loud
dangerous.
crack. It's like,
Yeah,
party start, party start. Then the gnomes
Rufo
start
freaks out like a
taking.
cat he is. He's like,
There's a
Then
lot
the,
of
like,
oddly
gnomes start
dangerous
trying to shut
ranged
it
weapons.
down. What?
There's a lot of dangerous ranged weapons here at this wedding.
Yes, there is. So then some guards kind of escort the gnomes out as you guys proceed back to the wedding here. And as they've kind of theater of the mind here, they have kind of gotten things set up. There's a priest standing nearby that's going to officiate the ceremony after the king gives his speech, which he does kind of look like a very old, decrepit man, as one might expect for an elf that has lived to the unnatural age of 1037. And he looks like, kind of imagine like a Mr. Burns kind of character from like The Simpsons, where he's very old and frail. Looks like just like a strong wind would probably blow him over and kill him. But before he begins his speech, he has a bottle in his hand and he seems to down that, like the whole bottle, in one gulp. And then he seems to be filled with what?
Who's doing this again?
King Fulbar,
Okay.
at the very head of the table here. He's about to give a speech. He downs this drink. Seems to be filled with like newfound, unbelievable vigor, as if he's not a day over 200 for an elf. So he kind of shoots up and quiets the crowd. And he is going to begin his speech once everyone is quiet. This shouldn't be too long. Did I just hear someone snore? So the king, he's going to rise up with his new vigor here from drinking his potion. And he is going to address everyone at the wedding here. And he's going to say the following, unless you guys heckle him or anything.
Nope.
People of Lavse, we are gathered here today not only to celebrate the union between these two souls, and he gestures to his son and his wife, or even the humble occasion of my 1037th birthday. My dear people, we are gathered here to celebrate the dawn of a new age as well. For finally, after 500 years, the scars left by the demon war have healed. Lavse is stronger than ever. We have struggled, but we have persevered. We have been betrayed, but we have not forgotten. We have been battered, but not broken. And we have, most importantly, we have not simply rebuilt. We have been reborn. It is time, my people, to take back what is ours. We are stronger than ever. The rebels in Varland, the FCA, and all the other traitors, their time has come.
So pausing for a sec. So he's just announcing this is
this is like a war declaration. Yes.
who's this guy again? The person right here.
Yeah, the king of Varland is there as he's announcing this, and he just
And I'm
kind
going
of
to get
Catherine
food
looks-
from
Catherine
other
looks to him.
countries as well, too.
other countries as well. He basically declared war on everyone that isn't Lavse. Lots of people are looking worried at this. Halfhorn goes as far as to leave the room.
So yeah, Catherine like looks to Crimson as like serious look, like whispering like, I think maybe we should get out of here.
Yeah, and that is
She's whispering to Crimson, by the way, like I think we should get out of here.
And as you're doing that, he kind of continues.
Here.
Wait, I just want to hear what Crimson says. I didn't hear what
Okay.
he's saying.
Yeah.
I said yes.
And as the king is getting up, Catherine is also going to
Yeah,
get up
I'm just gonna follow him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as
same.
you guys kind of get up to leave, the king.
Oh shit! I'm not from Aspen.
Yeah, well, as anyone who's wanting to leave leaves, the king just continues completely oblivious.
Can I roll a perception or insight check to see if the king's not, drunk?
Yeah, you can roll for that. Let me get through the rest of this speech. It's only a few more sentences.
All right,
Okay.
I'll just roll it.
All right. Our armies shall march across the world until the Lavsen banner flies upon every roof. And we shall not stop there. For my people, it has been recently discovered that the portal in the former capital Lavender Grove that our people once used to travel to other worlds, and that same portal that the demons came through during the Demon War, is still active. Damaged, but active. When we have conquered this world, once it is ours, we shall repair this portal and spread our way of life to other worlds, like we did before the Demon War. Rejoice, people of Lavse, for now we live in the age of... And then he gets cut off, and whatever you guys are going to do it. There's going to be an event that happens here.
Yeah,
he
Catherine,
gets
I roll
cut off.
perception.
What the
assuming
frick
he
is
gets cut
going
off.
on?
One at a time.
Everyone's talking over each other. Everyone's talking over each other.
After
So
saying
one at
that,
a
they-
time. All
I
right.
asked the DM this first. DM, what my perception rolled me? Was he drunk making that
No,
speech?
he is not drunk. He is 100% sober, which is very alarming that he is doing this sober.
Yeah,
Who besides Catherine and
Rufor's...
Crimson are following the king?
Yeah, Rufor kind of eyes widen, hearing the demon port is still active, and he wants to repair it fully. His eyes widen and it's like mumbles something under Draconic.
All right, and
I'm pretty sure I don't need to know Draconic to
No,
know something
I-
along the lines of
No, it's not a swearing. It's more like something. I wish you guys knew Draconic, but something. It's more like. I gotta. Anyway, who's next?
let's just go from the top. Corin, how are you reacting to all this?
I'm trying to try and figure out if there's something wrong, like if the king's under some sort of control or something.
Well, you don't notice anything. You're
I
still
haven't
in shock.
Rolled anything or
You can roll if you want, but you haven't noticed anything now. Soren's kind of just looking at you like, what the hell's going on? What did we walk into? He, with 24, he looks sober. His eyes are normal colored. And everyone around him's shocked.
Even the prince.
Even the prince is like, what? The prince even seems to be kind of ushering his wife out of the room because he doesn't even want to be in there, even though it's their wedding. So they actually end up leaving the room. And
What
everyone's
about the queen or his personal bodyguard? Are they
per-
both a shock?
The queen looks in shock. The bodyguard just kind of gives him a kiss after that speech. Like, she is completely unfazed by this. We declare war world, basically, kind of announcement.
Smooch.
And there doesn't seem to be any magical manipulation or such, like
Actually, you know,
like
with the
he's not charmed.
24, when
And I
Wouldn't
do have
magical
detect
influence
magic.
be Arcana?
Not guys, one at a time.
you wanted to comment, yeah.
One at a time.
So Corum with 24, I'm gonna say when she kisses the king, you notice that Vari, his personal bodyguard and lover, her eyes briefly glow bright red. Same crimson red that Rafa saw earlier with Brothor.
What Undeck also noticed this, or did I have to?
I was considering that Corin rolled a 24. You can roll, but I'm gonna say probably not unless he tells you, which he probably will.
So Corin is doing a detect magic right now.
Yeah.
Let me message.
You
him.
can only
see
see
that.
within 30 feet of you.
Yeah, you're not within 30 feet.
Either
roll
way,
protection?
I caught that. Okay, there's
Yeah,
something
you
magical
caught-
on
yeah,
with the
you-
bodyguard.
Yeah, you caught the red eyes, and there's something wrong with the bodyguard. So then Yundek. 15, you know to look for it. So yeah, you notice the red eyes too. Is there anything else you do?
At first hearing the speech, kind of angered, and he was about to march out of the room back to King Halfhorn. But then he actually noticed the crimson eyes on his lover, and then he goes into a bit of a shock, and
Yeah.
he
And Amra's gonna put.
silently curses.
Crimson's eyes?
It silently curses and looks back at Corin and Ralph floor and say in mouthing that, and on his look on his face, he's basically saying, "We need to talk now."
I nod and start.
Yeah.
You saying that
start
to me?
moving out of the-
Yeah,
Corin and
Rufus,
Rafa, yeah.
one at a time. Rufus agrees, but not here.
No, I think he's talking about
Yeah,
Ray
he's
Floor.
talking about
Yeah.
Raflor. He's talking to Corin and he's talking to the bird and the rabbit basically, because
Oh, okay.
those three are the old players who we had before we got everyone new in here. So they know a bit more than you guys, unfortunately. So they know that those red eyes are a bad sign, like a very bad sign.
Who has the red eyes again? One more time.
Vari,
king.
the bodyguard to the king.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
bodyguard / lover of the king.
Yep, bodyguard / lover. So the Yundek and everyone talking about that. Crimson and Catherine getting up to leave.
Yeah, we're following the king.
Yeah, you
Stay
guys
here.
Yeah.
follow that. You do. I think. Would you be? Would it catch your attention the king like kind of being cut off, like you no longer hear him screaming.
The elfish king?
Yeah,
The
the
drow
elvish.
drow king?
Well,
Yeah, the
Well,
drow
yeah.
king.
I'm more focused on the king, on the
Wait.
Yeah.
tiefling.
He screamed?
No, he was like screaming his speech to everyone,
Oh.
but
But
then
then
he
he-
like goes silent.
Catherine
And
is
he's
more
replaced-
focused
Yeah,
for
I
any
look-
kind of
Okay,
threat.
okay.
Back,
Why?
like, yeah,
Why?
when it stops.
Yeah. All right. So
Calm down,
let's
people.
give. We're gonna move forward here. So he goes silent. He's very clearly, to anyone who's watching, he's still talking, like he's trying to give his speech. But as he was saying that last line, we are entering the new age of. He gets cut off, and then another voice replaces him, and it says, "We are entering the age of a free Lavse." And then you notice several people look up to the ceiling of this main hall, where I should have mentioned this earlier, but there is this giant, like, purple chandelier type thing that is serving as the anti-magic field.
Uh-oh.
This guy,
And
the person saying this, as they say it, they have this magical pickaxe connect with it, with that last word. And then,
Jack
and then a
said,
deafening boom is all you guys can hear.
and after seeing the purple chandelier, he actually protects Amra immediately and anybody else near him from to look away.
All right. So then, as
I quickly grab sword and kind of hit the deck with him.
so as that
Oh,
explodes and there's a loud bang.
I'm gonna get under the table.
Catherine
Gryffindor,
Catherine's all enough using her
for cover.
parasauce for a shield.
All right. So as that explodes, several of the soldiers start to freak out as they kind of like pat their armor. Some of the you might have noticed this. I didn't mention it earlier, but a lot of the soldiers, occasionally you'd see a little like sparkle to their armor, letting you know that it was a little magical. They kind of like look at their armor and realize that that magic is no longer there, as this anti-magic field has kind of affected that with its whole explosion.
Wait, so this is destroyed enchanted stuff?
Just their shields. If you have enchanted
Okay.
stuff on you, it's fine.
Yeah,
there's
you
a
do
very
see me-
specific reason for it.
You do see me pat one of the rings up. Yeah, rings on me, and I sigh a little relief when I see that it's still active.
Yeah,
You see me
specifically
messing
the
with my
party is immune to this for a specific reason that we'll get into later. But as this goes on, you guys kind of start to see what's going on. On the dance floor, there's several people who are laying dead with shards of this chandelier impaling them. So I'm going to just delete some of these people here because I want it. All right. So then as everyone's kind of like getting their bearings on like what the hell is going on, you hear the sound of fighting going on outside the room. Shouts of "for a free Lavse!" And you kind of hear like people fighting outside, but that is quickly, almost as soon as you hear it, drowned out by the sound of this massive 20-foot long portal forming in the center of the room. And through it steps out this towering 10-foot figure clad in full kind of like plate magical armor, surrounded by several soldiers wearing this blood red armor. And as he enters, the party kind of feels a magic presence almost kind of like close around them, like a good hug. Like someone's like trying to like squeeze you to death as this guy enters. And
Would really call that a good hug?
Yes. Well, it's like a distant relative who like goes in to hug you and then just doesn't know their own strength, so like slowly squeezing terribly. But as you kind of feel this magical presence kind of close on you, you all can't seem to move anymore as much as you want to get away. It seems to
all
hold
of
you.
us?
Yes, everyone in the party. Amra, Arabella notices this. Little fellow just books it out of the room. Amra's just like, relax, you'll be fine. And as she says that, you all hear in your head the following message. My name is Eldorm. Your time has come. Prepare to die. And that's, you hear that message in your head.
I've always been ready.
And as you get that message,
Eldorm?
you hear Eldorm. Yes.
Why that name sounds familiar?
Oh, great.
And as As you guys hear that, pure chaos erupts. Some more portals open, some zombies come out of them, start murdering the guests. Eldorm charges the king and his retinue. And as they're about to make contact, the scene before you disappears in a flash of blue light. And you find yourself in a relatively peaceful forest path.
Oh,
For Nick, this is Eldorm's forest path. This is the title of it.
So this
And
is
then-
heaven.
You wish.
We've died.
No.
No.
Oh.
No.
It's
On
know
this
this
path,
place.
there's only one thing. A bunch of trees and a single
And a
cat.
cat.
And the cat that is meowing at you, trying to get you to follow.
And
Like,
if you look at
looking
the
around.
others,
Ron,
and
you better
kind of
follow
say,
Buttercup.
one at a time.
One at a time.
What happened? What the hell happened? Where's the
Yundak,
king?
and Yundak actually looks at the others and say, "Well, it looks like you're going to enter something big. You're about to enter something bigger than you ever knew."
Oh, Crimson's having mic problems again. Rufo looks at Serena and see if she's okay. She is. And
Yep,
says,
she's okay, and she is now under your control.
yeah, she's always been under my control. But
Yeah, this particular one, I meant like in Roll20.
yeah, I just okay. Pretty much, Rufo's going to say, "What the hell is going on? And where are we?"
Meanwhile, sorry, before that, Rayfler just casually walks up and just pets Buttercup, and then kind of invites her up to his shoulder.
Yeah, Buttercup just kind of casually climbs up Refilor onto his shoulder and just kind of licks his face.
Okay, and
Whoa!
Yundak actually just looks at the others that are extremely confused and say,
And Refilor...
"It's a long story, trust me."
And
I know-
start explaining.
Oh yeah, I've heard the story before.
Oh, whoa! What's going on with the map?
I don't know. It's not me doing that.
What are you doing,
I
Crimson?
think that there's only one person that it can explain this, and it's going to surprise you.
Then you hear a voice kind of come from the cat. This would be probably the first time any of you ever heard it speak, including the old players.
This cat is sponsored by Raid Shadowlands.
Love us. Continue.
This cat,
Continue.
yeah,
Continue.
this cat just says he will explain everything once you meet him. Some of you
Wait,
have
you
already
speak?
met him. Yeah. Yes. He doesn't like it when I speak. It kind of breaks the. Well, he just likes a cat, But the point is, he'll explain everything. I know some of you have already met him. It's nice to see you again, Corin, Yundek, especially you, Refilor. I guess I'll be joining you for your journey, but I do see a lot of new faces. So, Refilor, if you want me to stay on your shoulder, you mind leading everyone to where we need to go so we can meet the boss?
All right. Yay! We should beat him. I guess so.
DM,
Yeah.
quick questions. Do I recognize this forest?
No.
So it's not my home forest.
It is not your home forest, no. It is a completely different forest, and to be fair, you wouldn't recognize it even if you've been here, unless you knew that this is the forest that you're at.
The only one that
Okay.
Yeah, the
actually
only one who
explained-
knows where this is in the world is Yundek.
Yep, I know exactly where this is and where it's leading.
Yeah,
Why are we here?
I just know who was summoned us.
yeah. So,
Catherine
Refilor,
is
top
Catherine
of
is
the
quite really upset and angry over this situation, by the way.
yes, that's totally fair. Lot to take in. But Raffalor, you
I
mind?
was like,
Yeah,
Rayfalor just looks around and goes and looks at everybody and like, listen, guys, I know this might be a bit much, but
No, you don't say.
I trust this kitty with my life, hopefully. And and if she says we go, I'm gonna go. So it's up to you guys to follow.
I've already met the guy, so might as well.
Technically, Korin, Raffalor, and Yundek have met this guy. The other three of you are probably gonna like flip your shit when you meet him. So,
Which would be very
right.
insane.
because yeah, I mean this thing of to the new old players, considering what just happened, imagine how bad this would be going into this.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough, especially.
Yeah.
Ruther is just looking around, like, wait, where's the king and the queen? King and the wizard.
Yes, where's my future? I mean, where is the queen and the wizard?
Well,
The queen is not. Sorry, the wizard is not with you. The king has long since left that room.
Okay.
Not that you care. Little fellow booked it as soon as he saw Eldorm, and he's
What
not
about
with
my
you
brother?
either. Soren is not here either.
Ruther keeps saying, Elder, why have I heard that name before?
Catherine's gonna come up to.
All will be explained. Don't worry. Everything's going to be explained. But before
Unfortunately.
we actually do that, he actually glares at Raffalor. What were you going to say about? You were saying something.
I don't. I mean, I say a lot of things, sir. I don't. We have. Yeah. Buttercup, you just said we have to go. We should go now. Okay.
Yes, yes, we should go. I mean, this spell does. I mean, this whole
And as
process.
you guys are like,
this is on a time limit.
Forgot about
let's
that.
go.
Come on, let's hurry.
Rayfalor just starts quietly walking up front without answering the question.
And I
And-
quickly begin moving up the road since
Same.
She's
Well,
on behind.
we're on a
Hold up.
time limit.
Yundak is actually
like,
also glaring at Raffalor.
Ray.
am I able to?
Yes?
So like, she's following behind with everyone else.
Yeah, same here.
More
Yep,
annoyed than
alright.
me. Like, can you explain like at least why the hell we been brought here? What's gonna happen with the king? With the king?
He will explain everything.
Let's just
Can
say.
you at least
Explain
give me
everything.
some
Let's just-
explanation?
Let's just say this is an important place to him.
Yes, that
Also,
is-
it's a place that we're not about to be murdered in, so that's pretty good.
Yes.
Like,
That-
Ray's
As
like,
long as we can get back to my home forest late after this, I need to inform my mother about this.
Raven's like, yeah, no, we're not going to die. And then looks at the Buttercup like, we're not going to die, are we?
Buttercup kind of like looks at you. It just like, I'm gonna move her up too. She kind of looks at you like clearly thinking about that for a moment before saying, "You won't die now."
Rufo looks like the talking cat. Is like he's not shocked to see a talking cat because he himself is a talking cat. It's like, okay, that's concerning, but okay.
And I should clarify, this is just like a normal house cat. Like a house cat familiar kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
it's not a tabaxi like you, but I feel like I need to clarify that.
I know. It's just like he himself is a talking cat in a way, so
Yep.
this isn't surprising much.
Alright, so Nick, move to the map, second word swing. I guess I already said it, it's called Eldorm Swing. But we're going to move over to the next map. The people who have been here before follow the path like they've gone down before several times, and I forgot to get you guys on the proper squares. Let's get this.
We're off the grid.
Yep, you're off the grid. So the people who've been here before kind of lead the way. But you were eventually led down this forest path to a single tree, a single tree on a hill, overlooking a small village below. And upon this tree is a single, like, kind of children's swing hanging from one of the branches. And at the base of the tree is kind of a sword and uniform of a Lavsen soldier. Standing by the swing and by this equipment is a single human man. The kind of looks like he had just recently got his hair cut. I know it doesn't look like that in the picture, but it's kind of meant to be like more of a military buzz cut kind of thing. But he.
Those are trees in the background. I thought those
Yep.
were ponytails.
Jesus.
Yes,
I thought it was a child.
No. I guess to be fair, with how he's appearing, he'd be about like 30. With how he's
All right.
appearing before you. Yes. Sorry about all that.
So
It's fine.
Rafe walks up to him and be like, and just angrily says, "If you were going to set this all up, couldn't I at least not almost die first?"
Yes. About that. And he sees you all getting closer. Now, I know at least one of you knows that I'm not responsible for that.
Please make sure we circle him.
Circle around for maximum medicine.
Well,
Enough.
Okay.
Maximum
Hold on.
One at a time.
I'm going to say that the one we met. Actually, before we actually, I think you should introduce to your new guests.
Yes. I'd just like to say sorry about that. There was a bit of a mix-up. So I did contact the wrong people earlier. I should have contacted you three, Catherine, Crimson, and Ruthor. Sorry about that. Thought some other people were the heroes.
Is this person saying my name?
Yep. Yeah, that's the
How do you
person
know my
that
name?
you're. I know all your names. I know a lot of things.
And I'm guessing you know about these red eyes that we keep seeing.
Yes, that is a sign of the infection, which I've mentioned briefly to I think at least one or two of you. I know half of you I haven't even spoken to. I apologize to that. But let me introduce myself. I'm probably going to get stabbed, but Eldorm, at your service. And he does a bow.
Ruther's eyes widen, same as like the same Eldor we just saw. He just like rubs his face. Okay, what's going on?
I'm going to say, I'm guessing that the alderman we saw was not you.
Yes.
I mean, more than one person can have the
Yunda.
same name.
It was your body.
No,
wasn't it?
they're
Yeah,
the same
so,
person.
Yunda.
This is just his
Two people are
soul.
speaking.
Let me speak real quick, Nick, and then you can speak. Yundek. Now, you remember how you said earlier in one of our conversations that you thought the king had been infected? And that's why I killed the last king?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, flip the script a bit, and that's the situation we're in. Corin?
Shit, you were infected.
Yeah, I'm kind of like the main host for the infection.
Wait, what?
What is this infection
Wait,
you
if
guys are
you're
talking
the
about?
main
Excuse me?
host, then if we just kill your body, does it all stop?
No, not necessarily. You would still have to kill everyone else that's infected. And you'd have to do it relatively quickly, otherwise there might be a new kind of like head of the infection. It's a lot to take in, and I'm sorry I'm throwing half of you into the proverbial meat grinder here. To be fair, there was a bit of a mix-up with who the heroes were supposed to be. So that's on me, I guess. But, quick summary. My name's
Did he just
Eldon.
did he just say, to be fair, it's my fault?
Okay, Rufus uses pharmaceutical to amplify his voice. What's going on?
Okay. Look, I'm not used to having so many people here at once. That's why the three
First
people...
of all, what's this infection?
Alright,
First of all,
infection.
what's with this?
Okay. Calm down, one thing at a time.
Right.
Okay.
Infection. It is this all-powerful force that is slowly infecting people in our world. It came to our world during the Demon War, along with all the other monsters that came here from other worlds. Now,
Whistle, whistle, whistle. Whistle if I could.
Yes. Well, you see, this infection kind of has taken hold on a few million other worlds through that portal, and now it's starting to make inroads here.
He dispels,
Okay.
thaumaturgy. Okay, and you said Eleanor. I just remembered. Aren't you the same one who started the slavery business because you killed Felenor's father?
Fulbar's father, yes.
So
Yeah.
you're responsible for this.
Now hold on.
I would really say he's responsible. I mean, one human killing a person, and then they're just like, well, enslave all humans. That's kind of a bit of an overreaction.
Thank you, Crimson.
Yeah, it's
Yes, and also to be fair, I don't think it was him or the infection at the time.
No, this infection is something that takes over people's bodies and minds, or something like that. Correct?
Yes, that is correct. Usually the only sign of it is red, glowing eyes. Like complete
Good
crimson
thing my
glow.
eyes are blue.
Yeah, what is it? Ruxoff?
Yeah, I got a question. Yes, you remember that about the tieflings that were trying to set ablaze to his forest? Does he remember their eyes being red like this?
At least one of them would be, yes.
So that would make those tieflings were bloody hell.
To be fair, tieflings' natural eye colors can just be red.
Yeah, but
their
like
eye
extra
colors,
glowing.
Yeah, it's like a
but,
glowing
like-
red. Like you'd be able to tell the difference between like a
I mean,
normal.
Leader
it'd be
I killed.
kind of hard considering the fact that it's like pure red. Because
Well, it's
like,
like,
a tiefling's eyes are pure
It's
colored.
like it's literally like glowing like a light for like a split second,
Mm.
or like for like a few seconds, and then it goes back to normal, and that's kind of the sign.
Okay. So why have you pulled? So she asks. So okay, I get that. Why did you pull us here? Or at least some of us here.
Well,
I was about to ask that.
yes.
I'm not looking the gift horse in the mouth.
So you do know, just give me a minute and I'll explain this. So you do know in our world there is about 5 billion people, give or take several million. And of that 5 billion people, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6 of you are the only people in the entire population that seem to have a natural immunity to this infection. So, if anyone is to stop this, you're our best bet.
You
Yes.
somehow knowing that they have an immunity I could maybe get. How do you know me, and especially, and she points her powers at Crimson, how do you know that we have an immunity? Especially him.
Well, my eyes are already glowing, so they can't give it a second glow.
Look, look, I'm here because my god Andraste, several other gods helped me, saved me from my plight of being controlled. Like, you technically you're speaking to my soul right now, but let's not think about that. I don't know this. The gods do. They tell me things. They want me to help you help everyone else. Because the gods, they don't really want to take a direct approach to this. Don't
So
know.
what you're So Rafer is over by the tree, not trying to fall asleep, but wakes up and goes. So basically, we're here to take you, the good you, to go and then go all the way over and kill the bad you, and in the meanwhile, kill everybody else around between it, so we stop the infection. Am I getting it just a bit?
Yes. That is most of it, not entirely it. As you might have heard from that.
You want us to play Plague Doctor?
Let's murder people, basically.
Yeah, it's murder people who are infected. But the main thing I want you to do is you may have remembered from the conversation, that speech the king had, that the portal in the former capital of Lavender Grove is active. And it's currently being repaired by the infected. The reason they're doing this is so they can bring more of them through the portal to conquer this world. I need you, the 6 people in the whole world who are immune to this, to stop them and close that portal. Because we might stand a chance against the infected that are currently here. If they get that portal open, bye-bye. We're all dead. Or we might as well be. Do you understand the gravity of the situation we find ourselves in?
So it depends though. So is everybody infected, or is it just the elves? Because the elves are infected, we can just kill them all, and I wouldn't even bat an eye. I'm pretty fine with that. But
Drow, I would like to say, don't do that.
Yeah. No, it's not just
Notably,
all elves.
in spite of
It is
looking,
very limited.
Notably, in spite of looking like an elf, Catherine has no reaction to their declaration of genocide.
Yeah, Rufa walks over to Eldor and is like, "Are you sure it's just us who are immune to this? I highly doubt more people could be immune to this infection." Rufa is still looking around to see any landmarks to see which way is home.
It's possible.
Like potential
it's
backup characters. If
And
one
in
of us
fact,
were to
dragons.
die.
It's possible. I mean, hey, there's 2 total schlubs that I thought were immune, and well, they might have been immune, but they kind of got in a carriage crash, and we won't be seeing them anymore. But
Adam?
What?
Nothing. You can continue.
Yes, but they're
She's like saying pardon, like what? But
yeah.
she
So
didn't
there
know.
would have been 2 more of you, but they kind of died, and well, at least that's what I've been told. But there may be more people. I mean, you try surveying.
Rufa's grabbing him by the collar of his shirt, if he can.
Oh, if you try to grab him, your hand goes through him, like he's an illusion.
I need to know one thing: can this infect dragons?
I don't see why not.
Yes.
He has like a grim face, and he's like looking around, trying to
I'm
find.
sure if it could infect dragons, they wouldn't be calling us up. They'd just be calling up a load of dragons.
But you're a cat guy. Yeah. You're a cat. Why you care about dragons so much?
Rufa looks at the tree and starts climbing it to get a better height of where he is.
Calm down. We're not in our world. We're more in a memory.
Where are we?
You're
in a memory.
Malgrove.
Stop shouting.
You're in Malgrove 1 BDW.
What?
This is
Before
a memory of mine from 1BDW. 1 year before
For
the
the
Demon
Demon
War.
Wars.
Yes.
But
So,
we're in like some sort of dimensional pocket or something like that.
yes, it's like a dimensional pocket
Pretty much.
where I projected my memory of this event to myself and where I've been spending my time when I'm not actively trying to figure out
Kill
how
everybody.
to. Well, I was gonna say save the world by finding people immune to this and like finding a way to close the portal, but I guess to be fair, my body is actively trying to murder everyone in the world. So, yeah, fair. I guess I am trying to murder everybody. Like, hey, I mean, I have absolutely no control over my body, but yeah, it's totally me murdering everyone.
before, before I want to ask the others, tell me, does anybody recognize the name?
Oh, I know Alderman. I
No,
know
not
him
the
so
name.
much.
The name of the town.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
no.
we know who this is.
Malgrove. So I
Malgrove.
don't
It
know
was
if
a
they
Oh,
town
know.
no.
completely destroyed. Yeah,
I've never heard this town,
during the
but
Demon
Yeah,
War.
it was
Burned
destroyed.
to the ground.
Mhm.
No survivors.
This was also my home. You know, I missed it. That's why I made this illusion of it. This is when I was drafted into the army, right before the Demon War. My my daughter used to play
So,
on that swing, and he kind of points to the swing under the tree. But
okay. So, we're in some sort of memory of yours or some whatever world.
yes,
Where are we going to be when we leave?
you're going to be right where I picked you up from. So you're gonna be here until I know that
And
room is
when?
safe.
Until that room is safe?
Until that room is safe?
Are you gonna
Yeah.
let him
Long.
slaughter them all?
But
Yes.
if you haven't noticed, those things came from what? The Abyssal Plane or Hell itself?
Technically, I don't exactly know. It's some sort of portal that the infected use. Everyone thinks that it's my doing because it's
That
usually
is.
been used with Eldorm's forces, but okay, yes, fair. It is me. It is my body murdering everybody, currently destroying Elfhaven and trying to steal the magical power source holding Skyhaven up to try and speed up the repair process on the portal. So yes, it's me. I guess the blood of everyone in those two cities is on my hands. There's nothing we can do about it.
Luckily, those aren't your hands anymore.
So,
Okay, let me just ask you
Rapier,
this.
wait,
What's
I'll say, Rafe goes behind him and asks him the one question. I was like, so, I'm pretty sure the one question that everybody wants to know, I already know, yada, yada, yada. But why should we trust a ghost projection of the real one that is murdering everybody else?
Because we have no choice.
That, and I'm gonna
That
give you
sounds
free
great.
shit.
Pretty sure we have a choice.
I mean, yes, you could just run and let the world die.
along with you in it.
Yes.
I mean, it'll
Because you're-
probably take more than 4 years for the world to fully die, so.
All of your-
does
Pretty
have a-
sure it could probably be done within a year if the things that he's described are accurate.
Think of what would
Yeah.
happen if the infection fully comes in. This world will die.
Okay, so
Our homes will be destroyed.
Ripper looks at Eldor and says, "You can control this world. So where do we need to go? Can you give us a map of where we need to go?"
I don't know where exactly you need to go. I just know that the portal is in Lavender Grove. But I do know that we're not the only people who have tried to fight this infection. There is
Very
this
not.
group known as the Protectors. They were founded on some other worlds. I don't know everything about their history, but as long as they've been around, they've done everything within their power to stop the infections from spreading, and they had a base here in Lavse somewhere. Its location still eludes me, and I imagine if I did know the location, so would the infection, which is probably why the gods haven't told me.
So first,
River realized something.
Wait. So everything
Valbar
you
might know.
he knows.
Yeah. Well, that's just my assumption.
Wait, guys.
And wouldn't
Didn't
that
the
mean he
kings-
knows about us?
wait. Who was
Yeah.
who was
Yeah.
speaking? Who was speaking now?
Me.
Yeah,
River
go.
realized something. Like, I know who might know where the portal is, and he tells everyone, "Isn't the King Valbar knows where it is?
He knows where
But
the
why
portal
would declare
is.
war?"
Yeah,
Yeah.
we know where the portal is. We just can't get to it because, heavily fortified by the infected. If we charge in there, we're all gonna
Well,
die.
Corin.
Yes.
Hold on. I think I get what Ruthor is saying. He's saying, he's implying that Fulbar isn't completely insane and crazy, and that he would have only declared war on the world and done his whole "we're gonna conquer a whole bunch of worlds" shtick if he didn't know how to repair the portal.
If he knows that, then he knows where it is. And right now, he might be
He
getting
knows.
murdered as we speak.
He might be murdered, and
And the information goes to the grave as well, unless someone here is a necromancer.
What's this
Well,
about murder? I blacked
hold on.
out for a second.
well, they're saying that the king is about to be murdered, and that that he might know where the protectors have their base, and that they are the ones who might know how to stop them.
You okay?
Just a cough.
VM?
Give me a second.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, it just sounded like you started choking on something.
Yeah.
It's definitely
Sorry about that.
It's alright.
It's definitely start.
It's
But-
just I've had a cough for the past few weeks, and I was hoping that I'd be good enough to get through a whole session without it being too bad, but
You're doing well.
Yeah.
Are you infected? Do we have to be worried about you? Do you have red eyes?
I'm looking in the mirror right now, and they look blue.
Okay. Continue.
Like,
Continue.
Alright.
roll
So-
initiative.
Eldorm, he's talking, and he's just saying, so these protectors, they established a base here. I know that they made some sort of thing, weapon or program magic thingy-bob, that was designed to close down portals like ours to prevent the infection from reaching those worlds. We need to find that base to close down the portal until it can be destroyed. Now, as Ruthor was saying, the king might know where this is, as the protectors also would likely have known how to repair our portal. So, I guess your goal might be to find the king before the infection murders him. But the king, I used to serve as his king's guard before I was infected, so I know he's likely has some sort of escape route. He's probably halfway out of the city by now. So your
Yes.
goal... What?
No, he was just saying out loud. I was like, shit, we need him. His information now.
Well, you'll have to find him. He's... At the very least, he's likely still alive.
Well, let us out of here now.
Hold on. Just a little bit longer. Technically, I can send you back whenever. I'm going to send you back when that room clears. So, no matter how long this conversation goes, not going to make anything go any faster. And I imagine you all have a lot of questions. So
Yeah,
Quite.
All my
find the
questions are
king.
answered.
Okay, so just find the king. Have him help you find the protector base,
If willing.
if willing. Yes, and then once that's done, make sure you close the portal until we can find a way to destroy it permanently.
How many
What
people can you
about-
bring in this memory at a time?
This is stretching the limit.
What about?
Okay, so there's no evacuation plans to go into your memory. Got it.
Gotcha.
I could probably do 100 people for all of like 2 seconds.
And what about? So the prince and and his wife gone already?
They left during the speech.
Yeah.
So they could be alive.
They could.
So we
be
have a
alive.
backup plan. So we have a backup plan just in case
I-
this king doesn't work with.
Yes.
I highly doubt they would know where it is.
Wait, what stops you from remembering a pit of magma and then just clearing out the infected 100 at a time by bringing them in and dipping them in magma for 2 seconds?
He like slaps you in the face, or at least he would if his arm didn't pass through you.
I am partially made of aether. Does that make any difference?
He then does the same. He moves over to Catherine, says, "I'm sorry," and then like tries to punch her in the gut, and his arm goes through her, and just moves it around.
Okay, so
She tries.
doesn't
She tries as well
explain-
to like guard herself. She
that
tries to
doesn't
guard herself
explain
from
why
with her
you
parasol.
can or can't.
Well, then his arm goes through the parasol,
Okay.
so it's like,
Oh, to see.
and Yundak, you know this won't hurt you, so you mind just stand right there. Don't move.
Okay. Yundak actually raises his
Actually-
eyebrows.
Actually, no.
Raises-
Stand at the very end, right over there, at the end of the path, so I can show
Is there a
everyone.
point? Is there a point to this whole demonstration?
Okay.
Yes, it's to
I think we
show
get
you that I can't bring the infected here to kill them. And then he just starts throwing fireballs at Yundak. And he does this for like a solid like minute, and he's probably like thrown. Let's see,
10
6
seconds in, she's
Yeah.
like, "We get it."
All right, and then
Yeah,
he
that'd
stops,
be
and Yundak
That-
is
that'd be 10
completely
fireballs.
uninfected, or unaffected.
Yeah, but what stops you from like imprisoning yourself here?
What, like?
Like your body? Like just bring it in here and just be like you're just stuck here for a while.
Well, I guess it would have been better to just mention that this doesn't actually work on the infected. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, that would have been better.
But to be fair, I mean, I did kind of want to get her to throw around fireballs. I'm sorry, Undeck. It's not. I don't like. It's not like I don't like you or anything. It's just fireball. You know.
And it's like Yundak just kind of just stares at him with a like glare. Seriously.
I did wish to ask. You said that you knew that that we were apparently immune, and I wanted to ask, how did you know, and how exactly are we made immune, or how are we
I
immune
think I
to
can
this effect?
explain that. Apparently, he told me that we have this genetic trait that dominant trait that allows us to be immune to the infection. Oh,
Genetic.
Yes.
They can-
Basically, you won a genetic lottery, and you're immune.
Looks at
Just-
the Aetherborn.
I'm just trying to think about how that works with me.
Yeah, that's her immediate
It
reaction
must
to
be
look
a
at the
soul
Aetherborn.
thing or something.
what are you
It's
talking?
probably
Engineer.
Yeah.
The-
It's
Wait, do
probably
we-
because you're.
the infection probably just isn't compatible with Aether.
Yeah. It's probably
Wait,
not.
What's an
compatible with
Aether?
He's an Aetherborn, so that's basically what he is.
I know. I was saying that in the.
Oh,
were you saying
sorry.
that in character or out of character?
I'm saying that in character.
And
Yeah, Rupert works over as a. What's an Aetherborn?
I didn't
Yeah,
say
that's what-
Aetherborn. I said
He's
Aether.
Aether. He's
Aether. My
That's what he
mistake.
is.
It's kind of like I guess you could say it's kind of like air from another dimension, but it's like a specific kind of magical air and ash.
So wait, you're not the true
It's-
Crimson then.
No.
Are you guys dumb? Do I look like a drow?
Does he
I
look
thought that
like
was a
this?
mask.
And Catherine, does he look like this? And Catherine uses disguise self to make herself look like the actual Crimson.
Holy!
What?
Hey, it's
It's the actual crimson.
you guys.
No. She just dispels it
What actually happened?
entirely.
What happened to the real Crimson? Just out of
Alright,
here.
so you dispelled that
know.
entirely. So are you in your like true?
Yeah, she looks like a human.
Oh, I thought you were dispelling on Crimson.
No,
Like,
I dispelled it
No,
myself.
I've been standing around looking like an Aetherborn this entire time. I'm just really good at convincing people I'm a drow.
She disguised herself to look like the actual Crimson Neuron to show him what he actually looks like, and she's like, "You really think he looks like this?" And then dispels it fully, so she goes back to looking totally like she actually did. So she no longer looks like an elf.
Wait. You're not the heirs. You're what?
You guys
Who is
need-
she?
You guys need to get better at
Catherine.
figuring out what is and what isn't an elf.
That's not fair. Wait, so
Rupert looks at
Wait a minute. hold on.
Zara?
Wait a minute. You're telling me and he has a bit of a small smirk that a human who was able to hide herself as an elf and went to a party that is
I
to a
don't
king.
understand how this is more shocking than a living pile of ash doing the same thing without magic to disguise them.
Honestly, no. Actually, Crimson is not really shocking to you, Dak. You've seen stranger things. One of them being Alderman, and the infection as well.
But a human is strange.
Hey,
No,
And
it's
she's
not
like, hey,
strange.
Kara-
He's actually amused by this that she was able to trick all these elves, including himself for a while, including able to
and
trick.
she says like, "Well, yeah, Kara said it would work," and at least Kara has a like 50-50 track record at minimum. Don't ask
Nice.
don't ask about the compassing.
Okay, sorry about that. Continue, Alder.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's a strange feeling. Did that even hurt?
No.
Uh,
I mean, there's
So
a,
I can stick my hand
there's a
through
big-
your body.
Just
Yeah.
stick it into. Don't you see the big hole in my chest?
I thought that was just a
Go
costume.
back.
Nope, that it's 100% hollow. Also, if you look at my arm closely, you can tell that it's not actually connected. It's just floating there from the elbow, just on this one arm, though.
Huh. I think I actually read about your people once in a book.
I doubt it.
Once. I think it was a couple of years ago.
I think I heard you guys for a bedtime story my mother told me. That's just to spook me. For
Spook you.
kids.
Yeah.
I don't understand what's so spooky about a living ash monster with glowing features that. I'll stop talking.
Honestly,
Okay.
it was more surprising when I first met him, but I got used to it.
Okay. Undick actually looks back at Alder and says, "Sorry about that. Learning that one year, that the people that you've been
That
with,
you've known for about like an hour.
Oh,
couple of hours.
Pathy.
Oh yeah, none of us are elves here.
Yeah.
I've known
Yeah.
you guys for most of my life. Literally.
You're very
Because
aesthetically telling
we
the
are
truth.
born, because Aetherborn are born as adults, and I am like 6 hours old.
I think
Okay,
you'd be a
wow.
bit more than 6 hours to bet, given how many docks you've crashed into before getting here.
Nah,
These
it was a
few
quick.
days, I
It was
guess.
a
Yeah,
quick
that's
journey.
fair. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Canonically, you're
Well-
6 hours old.
Okay, and actually, I do have a question. I don't think you actually explained how does the infection actually work? How do they infect people? And
Well, it's kind of like it's like a mix between like a worm and like a tadpole type thing, and it kind of
Oh,
goes down your
like
mouth.
mind flyers. Like a
Yeah.
mind flyer.
Yeah, kind of. It's kind of like a mind flayer. I know it's not mind flayers necessarily, just because there's mind flayers, and well, they don't think they can be infected, but I know they're definitely not friendly with the infection.
What happens if you give someone who's infected a mind flyer worm?
This is something that I am curious about, but don't really want to know.
Rupert shudders on the
Yeah.
word mind flare
It,
because ugh, you do
I
not
wonder
want to
if-
see what happens when a mind flare gets a hold of a dragon. Believe me, you do not.
Yes,
Yeah.
one more.
This just sounds like a recipe for abominations against
It is.
the gods.
And I wish my
Honestly-
teacher Fizban never taught me about that
It's not-
monster.
It sounds like to me, like if we do enough research into these mind flyer tadpoles, we might be able to find some kind of vaccine. People will
What?
be a little bit
I
more
feel
abomination-y, but they'll still be immune to
no.
infection. Which one's worse, being having your mind and body controlled, or being a bit gross?
Turning into a mind flare sounds
No,
equally
mind
worse.
Yeah, no, that still leads to mind and body controlled.
Only if there was a mind
flare.
flyer. Only if
hive.
there's a mind flyer who is connected to the worm. If we kill the mind flyer, then just take the breeding pool.
oh
Then
my-
there's no connection.
Are you talking about this in character or out of character?
I like the idea that he's talking about this in character, talking about a plan to use mind flayer tadpoles to.
Hold on.
But yeah, no.
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 I'm worried if I try to smack your face would be gone.
Yeah,
Oh.
your hand will probably just slip inside.
Connect-
My ash is pretty good about reconsolidating.
Is the infection connected in any way? Every single infected person, are they connected?
They are connected in some way. Like, they'll know where each other is. Unfortunately, the infected inside me's blocked me from those thoughts. Otherwise, I'd be infinitely more useful to you all. But I guess if you capture one, they could probably tell you who else is infected if they're willing to talk. But
So this is worse than the mind flare invasion.
yes, think of it as like a hive mind on a local scale. Well, since they've been cut off from the main infection, this group isn't actively communicating with infected from other worlds, but they are communicating directly with each other, all of them on this world. If they get that portal back up, presumably they'd be able to contact every single infected across all the untold number of worlds that have fallen to them already.
Okay, I got a question.
Yes.
How does this infection affect people? Is it physical contact? Anything like that? Like, does it follow the disease and infection rules? Like, oh, you eat something infected, or
No, it's specifically a like tadpole worm-like creature. I guess maybe more like a snake, but it will try and crawl down your mouth or try and make its own hole into you.
be detected
Yeah.
through magic? Like, I know detect poison and disease. Will that detect it?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, Rufar puts his like he's like putting his fist to his lips, like and concerning like shit.
I guess
I'm
to be
pretty
fair,
sure-
their eyes do glow like very regularly.
Is there a way to cure them?
Eldorm just makes like various like cutting motions, shooting motions, and like spell casting motions.
I think he means without killing the host.
If
Well,
they're
I mean, if we kill the host and then proceed to revive them,
See, Crimson knows what's up, but I don't know.
You know how many diamonds you have to get to do that?
Yes, but hear me out here. If there's any,
So the infected are basically as good as dead already.
yes, they're basically as good as dead. Anyway, but if anyone knew how to cure someone, it would be in that protector base that I'm trying to send you to.
One of our main priorities is to find
the king, see if he knows where that base is. If not, you're on your own. Find that base. Find any information there. Find whatever the protectors use to close the portal, and use that to close it while we find a way to destroy it permanently.
I just have one important question that really, really needs to be answered right away.
Yes.
He points at the cat and says, "Is she coming with us?"
I believe I already promised her to you.
I'm just making sure. I want to make sure this cat that you stick to your word, then I will follow you. As long as you're not a liar.
Alright, yeah. I mean, she was my only companion here, but
Yeah,
yes, I did promise.
It's okay, Force Ghost.
Okay,
I mean, I have been here for 500 years. What's a few more on my own?
Okay, Rufo is going to ask, okay, show us a map where this base is. I want to know where this base is.
Find the king. If anyone knows, he will.
Not the portal, these protectors base.
No.
That's what
we
he's
all know,
talking
yeah,
about.
that's what I'm
and
saying.
we all know where the portal is. It's in the old capital.
Yes.
how many times do I have to explain this? We have to go find the king so we can learn the location because he doesn't know.
Yes.
So the king both knows where the portal and the protector's base is.
We all know where the portal is. It's
The
in the old capital.
Well,
where
somewhere
the
in the
Demon
old
War
capital.
began.
Somewhere in the old capital, yes.
And the king does sound like he knows exactly where it is.
Yes.
Yes.
He probably wouldn't be so certain about his whole speech there if he didn't know where it was.
All right.
So we find the king and try and get that information from him. And then once you get that
Rufo looks at the three players who knows Alendor and is like, okay, I got so many questions, but first things first, we need to get out of here, find the king, find out where the portal and this protector base is, because hearing this infection, I need to warn my mother, the villagers, and my teacher, all this, as soon as possible. Unless they're not... He kind of shudders, like, no.
Calm down. Panic will only make it more likely that they.
And doing nothing makes it worse.
Look.
Yes.
This spell is going to end soon, and you're going to end up back. I did have some items that I was going to give you all. So why don't I give you that before you get thrown back to your own world and hopefully don't die.
Give me shiny thing.
Alright.
Alright, so I'll briefly go over what items everyone gets, but seeing as it is 11:30 Eastern Standard Time, I think I'm gonna cut the session. Like, we're gonna be done after you get the items. I'm sorry, but we don't want to go too late.
Yeah.
I could go on till 4 in the morning.
No.
No, I have to work tomorrow, so we're not going to 4 in the morning. But
don't tempt me because my sleep schedule has been sporadic.
Yeah, well, I have to work. Otherwise, I would be more than willing to do it 4 in the morning. But can't do that. Not when I'm working, and my days off are split. So there's not really a day where we could do till 4 in the morning if everyone was even able to do that. But
all right,
yeah.
So we're gonna give out magic items here, and I will copy paste what I have written and DM them to you individually, and I'll just
All right.
describe what he gives you, and then we're gonna end the session here.
Before
we're not going to be all told what everyone gets. It's just going to be DM'd.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way of doing it. I'm just gonna give you a brief description of what's handed to people, because
go ahead.
Because there's some things that would probably players don't want other people to know that they're getting. So, yeah, I'll just tell you. I'll DM you what you're getting. Just know that you're all being given magic items, and I think if there's any last questions, ask them now, and then we'll end the session. And I'll DM.
Yeah, I got one.
Before
Late for? Was that in character or out of character? You saying that?
Me? Are you talking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just messing around.
Yes, it's actually out of character and in character, but let me do it in character before we actually leave. I think you should actually know something about our little benefactor here. But before that, switch his name around. Switch his name around.
The M at the end, put it at the front, pretty much.
Huh?
Have you guys, I
What's
know,
his name?
Eldorm, it's Aldorm, oh, no, I guess it's MN, yeah. Eldorm, move the M to the front. Actually, no, Maldor. Oh, God, how did I... Yeah, Maldor, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just...
Eldorm. Yeah, it's moving the M is literally all it is. But have you guys ever heard of the famous quote-unquote elf or drow general that saved the kingdom in the Demon Wars by the name of Maldorn? Maldorn. Basically, when I killed the King Fulbrin, father of Fulbar, he gave me this false name. Wasn't really creative with it, but
which is, yes, it's extremely stupid.
Yes.
Wait.
So, yeah, I used to be a war hero. Just throwing that out there.
Okay.
Neat.
What's this have to do with everything else?
Wait a
it's
minute.
the
He looks like the
Undex.
Haragon.
Yeah.
Wait. Wait. So was that? Huh? It was like his brain just blew a fuse. Like, was this all a conspiracy theory or something?
Yes, this is a conspiracy theory.
So King Fulbor wasn't really killed by.
King Fulbrin was killed. Like, we all know that. But
by.
He was killed by this great hero who was a human. Like, literally, Lavse, and the world for that matter, might not exist and be overrun with monsters if it wasn't for me. And
it would have been sucked to be born into that.
yeah, it would have sucked a lot more. But since someone needed to be punished for the crime of regicide, King Fulbar, son of Fulbrin, he was like, yeah, I can't have Maldorn, who's literally more popular than me, be the person who kills my father. So I'm going to say that it's this guy named Eldorm.
And you're happen to be named Aldorn.
Yep, everyone knows me by it now, and it's easier.
Pretty much.
So the whole basis for the punishment of every human
is based on a lie
that the king himself made up.
Yes. I mean, well, to be fair, the king was murdered by a human. He was also murdered by the most influential human that if anyone knew that's the human that did it, they'd probably question, why the hell was this done?
I
And
swear, elves are just a bunch of high
Yes.
pricks fruitcakes.
yes, elves are assholes. And that's why whenever you hear a story about Maldorn, they will refer to me as an elf, and sometimes a drow will refer to me as a drow. Because the king says that's lost history, even though there's several people who lived long enough to experience it. Because elves,
Because-
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
all of them are elves. So,
Yes.
yeah, I can see that being covered up easily.
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
for the love of...
Including my mother, who grew a crush on you.
yeah, she did have a crush on me.
Ooh, what?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Is-
was an interesting time.
How do you think I feel?
Oh my God! I have a story
Okay,
to
so-
tell you, sir, about how lovely he thought the things that he thought about your mother.
Hey,
Okay, hold on.
I never
hold
said
on.
anything about his mother to you.
I do
Okay,
declare that's different.
Okay, Ruther points
Moving
at
on from the
Ray
family
for.
drama.
Yes.
Okay,
go
first
ahead.
of all, explain
I
this
think
to me.
apparently I would think that the world being at stake would be more important than your family drama.
Yeah.
Do you need sending it back
How
soon
is
or
he
no?
a Paragon?
Who said that?
What's a
He
paragon?
points. Wait, I find. Okay, out of character. Is he actually a Paragon or a Drow? Ray 4.
Rayflor is a Haragon.
Yes. So it sounds like he's been alive for much longer than a Paragon's lifespan is.
Oh wait,
Well, I mean, he could always just be a vampire.
wait. Who are we saying?
We were.
No.
Who are we saying is lived longer than a normal lifespan should be?
Yeah, Haragons. Haragons only have like a, I know, like if I remember from the Feywilds, they only have about a above average in a humanoid, human's lifespan.
I mean, if you're thinking about, you might be
Average
thinking
is
about
100
UA
years.
instead of the Fizzbands.
No, I have the Feywilds module.
Well,
That's
the
what they were
Haragon,
officially-
lives basically as much as a human. Same thing.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
what
so-
is your age, Rafalor?
In like my 30s.
Yeah. So he's good. I think you might be confusing him with Eldorm, who's
Yeah,
been
it's just
around.
Yeah, Aldorn is like 1,000,000 years old. I just
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
Aldorn.
Rafalor is like middle age, and Eldorm is like 500, like over 500 years old.
Well, he's
And
not
he's human.
like. Do you really count the age after you die?
If you
So
ever die.
Braveheart did die and came back alive as a Haragon?
Oh my God.
No,
What?
Are you
no,
okay?
I think we're
He
all
came
very
back from the
confused.
infection.
I'm out of character. I'm a bit confused right now. I kind of want to go back to what I was.
So
Yeah.
Rayflor is just a regular Haragon.
Yeah,
I just know Aldorman from my pre-game.
Yeah. For
okay,
the
so-
players who were here before, we all had like a pregame thing individually where I got to know their characters beforehand. Because we
Okay.
like had planned to start playing like weeks before we could even start. So we did that to fill the time before, and then a few days before we were to start, half of our group left, and so that's when Nick Jr. went looking for new players, and that's when the three of you came in. And since there was only a few days before the game started, that's why we didn't do pregame with you as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I just know juicy gossip about
Yeah.
Aldorm and somebody else.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I guess I need to see the old session footage then to fully understand, but I guess I don't know. Okay, yeah, let's get back on the story track.
Yeah.
Action.
Well, important thing is, Eldorm sent you on this quest. He was a former war hero. Elves kind of screwed him over. Gave him his new name and kind of used him as an excuse to enslave humanity. And yeah, That's the basis of what's been said. He's
Yeah.
also going to give you free shit, which I'll DM you the items and what he gives you. And if there's not any other questions and any more confusion, this is where we're going to end it for today.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Mainly because I have to have a cough drop in my mouth now, otherwise I'm going to be coughing.
I was gonna say it's about to be 5 hours. I'm pretty sure you deserve a rest.
Yes.
I could
Everybody
probably,
take a... Wait, can we take a short rest in this memory?
Oh my god.
I'm going to say...
we would have to be in there for an hour.
Time moves differently here. So I'm going
I was
to
gonna
say,
say-
since some of you have used spell slots, and
I
you're
have.
probably going to have to fight your way out of the capital, I'm going to say it's going to be a long rest. You can take
So
a
this
long
is-
rest in here.
So basically, we're in a hyperbolic time chamber. Got you.
Yep.
Oh, Dragon Ball Z reference.
Yep.
Nice.
So between now and next session, if you want to ask questions to Eldorm, go ahead. You're probably going to be here a while, so you can get a long rest in. But real time, let's see. How many people are in there? At most, you're probably gone only an hour, because it's probably how long it would take to kill everyone in there and clear out.
Yeah, we come back on a
That
bloody
is one
mess.
of those I I need to make sure that my brother survives.
As long as I get the kill, the little fellow, I'm happy.
You get the
little
kill
fellow?
on little fellow.
I thought you two were friends.
Not anymore, apparently.
Well,
I have a
I
question.
can guarantee you,
be
Rathalor,
fair,
that'll
he's
be
not-
quick. Oh, sorry. What was that, Corn?
Yeah, I got a question for Alendar.
It's one of those.
After we've learned about where the portal is and all we need to know from the king, can we kill him?
Go ahead. I mean,
I try.
as long as Prince Erlen's alive, the kingdom will be better off. Just make sure, though, whoever kills him, Erlen seems like a good guy, but seeing what happened the last time a king got killed, I would
Yeah.
make sure that you have the human do it, so you don't have
Autumn?
another race be enslaved.
I
don't
mean,
worry,
the
I'm-
human or the
Wouldn't that just make
Aetherborn,
it?
since
Can we
there's
just do it? Can we
like
just
two
make it look like?
Aetherborns on Earth at a time?
I mean, if we want to cause pandemonium, and she goes back and
Can we make
Sky
it look like an
self and
accident?
makes herself
Like
into an
rock
elf again.
fell on him.
Yeah,
We'll make it
look like
We'll
an
make it look
accident.
like the cat did it.
Yeah, blame the cat.
Buttercup
Yeah,
just looks
well,
around like, what?
Blame the cat.
Before we kill him, though, we gotta figure out how he's been extending his life so long.
Who, Eldorm?
No,
The king. Yes, sorry. King. Full bar.
Even if we must torture the information from him.
Jesus, I feel like you're gonna enjoy this way too much.
Yes.
Well, the king is a bit of a racist prick and a madman.
He's a racist slaving prick. I think enjoying
Yeah.
torturing him is fine. I don't even
Yeah,
think that's.
him,
I don't even think.
I'm
Oh, sorry, go
Or
ahead.
neutral-
not gonna say
Hold
I'm
on.
not going to
Hold
enjoy
on.
it, but I question if I should enjoy it.
Oh, okay, that's what you were gonna say, Corey?
If you're questioning if you should enjoy it, then it's still a good action. Because he's a slaving despot asshole.
Yeah.
And he's
And a
actually
sexist. I mean, he's also a sexist.
Well, yeah, he does kind of have like, well, you know of at least one lover that he has.
We say he has
there-
more. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
sitting
polygamy.
there with him in court next to his wife. So yeah, he is definitely a sexist too.
I'm not
No,
sure.
that's a pig.
Not
Yeah,
sure
pig,
that's.
yeah.
Yeah, I
If
pig.
not sexist, he's a pig.
It's,
I mean,
yeah,
that actually kinda
sexist if he
happened
was.
in-
Yeah, if he was against women
Yeah.
in general.
that was the thing I think that did happen in
Well, maybe he is.
medieval
But
times.
anywho.
They
Yeah.
did keep their mistress around.
And
Get information
Yeah.
from the king. Make his death look like an accident. Then find the portal. No, wait. We should find the portal last. Find these protectors. See what they have to, close this gate, or if we could just blow it up to Kingdom Come. I'm pretty sure enough fireballs will do it.
You'd think.
I mean, some things are just have to be destroyed or deactivated
Yeah,
a certain, way.
yes.
Can we even cast Fireball?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, the thing's down. The chandelier blew up. That stuff. That took out the magic barrier.
I know, but can anyone here cast that?
Oh,
Not
you're
yet.
right.
If we're still
Yeah.
level 3.
I mean, you all can.
Yeah.
When you get back, you all can cast spells, but unless any of you knows Fireball.
I'm gonna Vicious Mockery the portal down.
Oh God.
I don't think that's going to work.
Just give me a
Doesn't
month.
have to be able.
Question.
Just give me a month. I'll insult it every day, all day, until it's down.
Oh no, I got a question.
Again, I
Can a
don't
wisp
think
spell
that's
do something
going
about
to
this?
work.
Okay, I'm just looking at all the DMs here.
Yeah, I just asked you, like, I need a full story on this to fully understand. But I was asking Eldar a question. Can a wisp spell do something about the portal, or better yet, make everyone immune to this infection?
I mean, it's a wish
I
spell.
mean, it might.
I mean, my mother told me some dragons keep enchanted items that have a wisp spells in them very closely, and that's only belong to most powerful, dangerous dragons. But wouldn't a wisp spell do something about all of this?
If you're fighting for a powerful dragon to steal a wish spell from, that would be Drog. You know, he.
Also,
I heard of that. My mother talks about him.
Yeah, you know, the one that completely overthrew a whole Dwarven kingdom and.
Well, those dwarves were a bit assholes.
what stops the dragon from, the moment he starts losing, wishing all of us to go away?
The wisp spell is only used for once, or depending on how much a wisp spell is, how many wishes, like a genie.
So that's two things. One, we won't want to bother coming back because they will have used the wish, and two, we will be gone.
You know how rare it is to have a single wish spell? You think he's going to...
I'm saying if he's realized he's losing, why wouldn't he do it? It's like, I either die or I use the wish spell.
I think you don't understand the value of a wish spell is.
Plus,
It's
dragons
like an
are
action.
mostly prideful, if I remember correctly. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, Drog at least is very prideful. He'd probably enjoy murdering you. So
that he would.
You think we could convince him to, to use the wish, so the world doesn't end? Because he's kind of part of the world.
Yeah,
I feel like he'd still probably be a dick about it.
Our character, I don't know much about Dragus, but my character does, since all the stories from both his mother and Fizzban. Would he know that Drog would? I know. Is Drog still on this world, or is he in his own dimensional pocket by now?
He is in the world, and he has kind of taken over the major Dwarven kingdom, kind of like Smog style from the Lord.
So he's still. So if we talk to him and hope to God he's not infected, tell him this is a bigger threat than him.
Again.
Because one thing about Dragon is, especially with Drog, if you threaten his pride, he will take action.
Okay. Can I say one
for
thing?
stroke his ego.
The DM said we can ask questions in between sessions.
Yeah. So that's
We need the cop drop, so let's just end this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
My throat's getting sore, so if you want to ask questions, we can ask it in DMs.
All right.
I hope this session was enjoyable.
I can't wait to see it on YouTube.
Yep. In the future, it won't be as railroady as this was, just because there's things you need to get through. But once you get out of the capital, it'll be pretty much free roam. Do whatever you want.
Because
I did think that we were gonna do more than one event. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone with the archery. But that was fun.
The only reason that we only did one event is because it took so long.
Yeah.
And I didn't
Mhm.
want to spend like 2 or 3 sessions
Just
in
on the
wedding.
events.
Yeah, just on the events and the wedding. I'm gonna
Yeah,
stop recording now because it's
All right.
stopped being relevant to the story.
All right.